And I am alive. And alive. Okay. Hello. Hi. Happy Monday. Hope everyone's doing well. Hope the Monday's treating everybody how Mondays are supposed to be treating you. However, whatever that is. Alright. I am tired. I'm just gonna be upfront. I was up for a long time. I I feel like my brain is already mush. Not a great way to start the stream, but maybe my brain will become unmush first. Um, yeah, sometimes streaming or just doing art in general will you'll get in the mood to do it as you do it. But right now, it feels like a lazy day. It's gonna be one of those days, I think. Anyway, hope everyone's doing well. You know what? Let's do something. Let's do Map Crunch. Or at least see. Let's go to Map Crunch. For those who don't know, Map Crunch is like a Google Earth, basically. It's the same thing. Let's go somewhere. Let's just hit the go button. We'll randomize, find a spot. This is actually kind of cool. Maybe we'll hit go a couple. What is this? Is this like an old toll or something? I actually have no idea what that is. It's kind of cool. A thing that like you pay, or no, it's like a mailbox maybe. I don't know. Anyway, very interesting. But yeah, I want to find something that's fun, and then I think what I might do today. Just random people chilling. I think what I might do today is. Oh, this is neat. Oh, like a little land bridge that's made out of well, I mean it's just a dirt area, but you could. It's kind of cool. But yeah, I might take an environment and then I might paint it, but using different colors. Actually, this is very cool. I'm gonna paint this scene, or at least not this scene, but I'm gonna let myself be inspired by this scene because this is cool. I think that is what I'm gonna do. I've decided right now. All right, let's open up a pure ref. Hey, good day. Is this India? This is, you know, I couldn't tell you. Mithipur, probably. Let me Google. I wish it would give me the country and not the region. Yeah, it's India. Yep, India. But yeah, I wish it would, instead of telling, it should give me the country name first. I don't like that it doesn't list country name. Maybe there is an option for that. Nope, doesn't look like it. Because yeah, I don't know where Mithupur is, and that's like the most specific that it gives, or that's the most broad term in terms of like, you know, starting continent, country, and then it goes down to like region or city or whatever. So it's, yeah, this is a smaller town. But yeah, it's India. Anyway. That's my biggest pet. Oh, here, let's close that. Yeah, that's my biggest pet peeve. Also, we don't need... Hold on, let me actually open up Discord again and move this over here. There we go. That way, if I do check Discord, it's not popping up in the screen. But yeah, I never... that is definitely a gripe with Map Crunch. Nice. I'm kind of good at this. Yeah, you kind of good at the whole GeoGuessr thing. Have you ever played GeoGuessr? And are you actually very good at it, or is it just like occasionally when a place is super vibey? Yeah, of course. You say yeah, of course you are good at it, or yeah, of course you have played it. Yeah, I'm not very good at GeoGuessr. I can generally get, you know, I could probably have guessed India for this, but I wouldn't know anything more than that. Like, even with most countries, I would probably not get most countries. Unless it's like an extremely like culturally obvious. But if it's just like trees or foliage or you know, any of like the GeoGuessr metas with like looking at signposts, like if any of that's stuff that you need to know for a place, I'm not gonna know it. But if it's like, you know, there's a festival and people are in their, you know, all dressed up, like, okay, I could probably kind of get it some close. Yeah, that kind of ruined GeoGuessr for you. Yeah. Yeah, it is kind of, I can see that. Like, oh, like when you look at a place like this and the only thing that you see is like, oh, this tells me where it is. Like, come on. Like that's, to me it's more like, I don't know. This is a cool place though. Yeah, I like this little land bridge. So I think I'm gonna paint that. 1 second. I realize I'm probably missing chat. Oh, never mind. Maybe I'm not missing chat. We'll just not save that. Oh, I see what it was doing. Okay. Sorry, I'm still setting up stuff here. Minimize that. Open up that. Last stream, my computer died during stream, and so a lot of the things that I had open were defaulted, like auto-saved, and so now they're popping back up on me as I open them again, because I haven't opened any of this stuff since last stream. Drufsill says, but there's a whole science about stuff like landmarking, electricity, phone poles, and even the car camera. Yeah, all the what I'm just calling like the GeoGuessr meta is all the stuff that people have. Yeah, all the, yep, yeah. Like the reflection of the car, the type of camera they're using, yep, all that stuff. I watch some GeoGuessr stuff on YouTube, but I don't really play GeoGuessr, and I certainly haven't memorized any of that stuff. Definitely none of the signposts or the which generation of GeoGuessr car and where the coverage is and which year. But like, oh, they haven't been to Austria in this year, and so, and this is clearly 2000 and, you know, 22 coverage, you know, 2022 coverage, and they haven't had anything since then, so this can't be Austria. Like, what? That's so, that is like, at some point, that has nothing to do with the country, and you're just analyzing the photo, which again is totally fair, I guess. Do what you can, but it does feel like, you know, like I think as a practical skill, at some point you're learning how to play the game and how to be competitive and not learning the skill that people think you're learning. You know what I mean? Like if you were to go up to someone who's never seen GeoGuessr and been like, there's this game where you can look at Google Maps and it'll put you in a random spot and you have to guess where it is, right? The skill that they assume you're doing is like looking at the place, right? And understanding like, oh, the buildings have a look to them, or the cars, you know, maybe some stuff like which side of the road they're driving on, which is, you know, also relevant in GeoGuessr, but they're probably not thinking about the, you know, you looking at, oh, this I can see the reflection in the car, or I can see the car reflection, and I know that that is a white car, and therefore this must be some, you know, it's like, that's not the skill they think you're, you know, so it's like the obvious skill. Also, I don't know where this is. Oh, it says Seoul. Okay, it's Korea. The southern Korea. Anyway, hey, I hope it's going well. Hey, Roy Inspire. Hey, Skittle. It is going well. I am just taking a moment to... Also, what just happened? Oh no, I refreshed. Oh no. Hold on. Uh-oh, I've lost my I've lost the place, the India place. Oh no! Did I take a screenshot? Oh no, I did. I did take a screenshot. I don't know where it was though. Um. Oh no, it didn't save it either. Or maybe it did. No, it didn't. Oh no, I'm kind of annoyed. This is Sao Paulo. This is not. Oh no. Okay, well that sucks, but that's okay. It doesn't have to be. But recognizing plants, architecture, etc., that's really cool. It is cool. Yeah, that is cool to understand like things that are actually relevant to like unique to the world kind of. And can we grab it from the VOD? We could grab the address actually. I don't know if we could grab the link. We could grab the exact location, and then I guess we could go to Google Earth and then type in the location. Like, actually, I mean, so on my screenshot, we actually have the location. But that's not the same. I don't know how you get back there on MapCrunch. I don't know if you can enter locations here. That's kind of annoying. That's okay. The place wasn't like super special. It was just kind of a neat thing. I'm just gonna start sketching. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the location, this spot, and I'm just gonna start treating it as like. So I like some of the, like this bridge thing, this land bridge. I like that. I like this little patch of trees back here. I like the water. There's a lot of stuff that I do like, and I think I might try and incorporate that into like a fantasy landscape. So something that's not this place, and just use it purely as... But yeah. I imagine pasting it in Google Maps can find it. Yeah, we could find the place for sure. I just don't know how I can find it so I can share the MapCrunch link. But that's okay. It's not a big deal. Unless, I mean, if you guys want to, you can do that. I mean, we could also just find a new location, right? If we wanted to draw the same thing. We could just hit go a few times until there's a place that's fun. Go up the road. We're on a farm. Look at that. Very nice. Okay. Just spinning the wheel here. Randomizing a few times. Ooh, this is cool. On the side of a hill. I always liked... Oh, that's very fancy. Very rich. That's what I see when I see a house like that. I'm like, they're rich. But like these places built on hills where it's built into the landscape is always cool. This looks like a really nice place to live. And I couldn't tell you where it is. Rastez. Apparently we're in Rastez. Okay. Where, oh where? I don't know. I mean, we don't have to... Okay, I'm just gonna start painting. I'm not too worried about painting anything in particular. Alright. But I do want to play around with colors a lot. So, like, last stream, we did this, which was for Valentine's, I started with some pinks and reds and painted a pink and, well, basically just pink. A pink forest. And I kind of want to do the same thing today, where maybe we use, you know, blues and, you know, lots of them, and not just, you know, the whole, just like crazy bright blue colors or neon color. Like, it doesn't have to be especially, you know, saturated or anything, but just colors that are a little bit You know, a little bit obviously not real, you know? I think that would be fun. Some gradients of color. Just putting in some... Putting in some color. Just putting it on the canvas. Not a care in the world. I am gonna care a little bit about putting some darker colors in here. So, like, as I get darker, they'll be in probably closer to the foreground. That's pretty common in environments. If anybody watches this later in the VOD or, you know, wants to learn how to paint environments, generally environments, you know, the sort of the basic wisdom is to put darker colors in the shadows in the foreground. So think of your deepest, darkest shadows tend to be darker in the foreground. And as you look through the air and you look way in the distance, you know, things will just take on that bluish, light blue color, whatever color the atmosphere is. So if you have like a blue sky, things will tend towards that blue. So if you have like a rock back here, which will be very tiny, but if you had a rock back here and there was that deep dark shadow underneath the rock, it's not going to be black far away, right? Because it's far away, and so that darkness is going to be filtered through all these layers of air, which is going to look much more blue. Whereas if you have the same rock in the foreground, that deep dark shadow underneath it, the occluded area where, like, you know, it just kind of, like, just right where it meets the ground, right? That part's going to be more dark in the foreground, right? And which is basically just your deepest, darkest shadows. Anyway, that's how I explain it. And obviously you could still have light in the foreground, like a scene that is, you know, has a bunch of light in the foreground. But even then, you're still going to have occasionally those deep, you know, again, if there's a rock sitting here, you might have a shadow underneath the rock, right? Under this area. And that part is still going to be dark in the foreground. Whereas if it's the same thing in the back here, it's not going to be as dark because it's far away. Anyway. That's the basic environment lesson. Is that a lesson? I don't know. And it doesn't really relate. It's not even environment specific. It kind of is, I guess, because you rarely deal with that level of distance in a character for it to matter. You don't really have things like that, but... Alright, let's think about this. Okay, so in this painting, or in this photo, I want it so that we're kind of looking down, and we have that land bridge, right? We're sort of... We have our big splotches of land, or of water, being reflected. Technically, in the photo, there's a walkway here, and we're looking down a hill. But yeah, what's everybody up to today? How's the days going? Skittle, are you don't stream today? Are you just painting along and lurking? You doing your standard work and lurk? All right. But yeah, I want to play around with colors a bunch. And so I don't know exactly. Also, I'm gonna... what's the best way to do this? Taking it easy at the moment, no painting for me? Nice. Taking it easy is good. Okay, let's just play around with values first. There is a cool thing in this photo. There's this grove of trees is quite neat. And this path leading up... Can you guys see this? I don't even know. Yeah, this path leading up to the grove of trees is quite cool. And so I kind of want to paint that or focus on something something like that, and sort of get the sense that we have an area, like we have this, so having a big grove of trees, and then we have like some sort of path leading into it is kind of neat. It doesn't have to be trees either. It could be something else. I'm not set on it being a grove of trees, because I'm not trying to paint the exact thing. It's more about me taking some sort of inspiration that I like about that scene. For example, maybe I move it over here. Oops, let's do this. Hello on YouTube, Omi, how's it going? You're the first to arrive on the YouTube. I am here, you are here. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. Skittle says, my arms have been playing up a bunch, so I am resting it and hoping it mellows out. Oh. Well, that sucks, Skittle. Your arm has been playing up. Acting up? Is that what you mean? It's been hurting? I don't think I've ever heard the phrasing, it's playing up, but it feels like it's the same as acting up. Which acting and playing, I feel like it can be the same. I think I slept on it weird, and it triggered some nerve strain, so now my arm feels a bit weak, and as a result, oh no. That doesn't sound good. Dang, I hope you're alright, Skittle. Do I know, Omi asked me, do you know about board exams? Kind of? I mean, maybe? I don't know. Tell me about board exams. Pretend I don't know about them. No, I don't know about them. I mean, I'm aware of the term of exams. I don't know exactly the term. No, I don't know board exams. I'm just gonna say no, even though I kind of have a like, maybe I could guess, but I'm not confident that I know what they are. You know, I was just doing a thing that I think is common when people do environments for the first time, and I should point it out because I just found myself doing it. I was fussing over like this shape without even having like the background, right? I didn't even have like a horizon line sketched in, right? There was no ground plane, and yet I was like fussing over some random things here, which like, that, you don't want to do that. You don't want to fuss over something when there's no context for like it. It reminds me of my my example with lines. So if you have a scene like this, like this, right? These two lines could be anything, right? They could be perpendicular, they could be across, right? And so these lines could intersect, but they could also be parallel, right? You could have these being parallel if they converge. So now these two same lines are parallel lines in the context of this image, right? Because we've changed our eye line, right? So on one hand, they're just crisscrossing shapes, right? And they're making an X, like, flat on the plane. And another, they're positioned in a different way, right? They could also be, it could be a road going uphill, right? If our eye line is down here, right? They could be going uphill. Or if our eye line is way up here, they could be going downhill, right? And then this could like curve and go back uphill, right? So like these lines, without the context of all the other stuff, like where you're looking, it's very hard to decide like, oh, these lines aren't quite right, you know? Like, no amount of fussing over these lines is ever gonna like it's never gonna be worth it, you know, fussing over them, making sure they're just the right length and just the right thickness. Like, we don't even have the context to know what's happening, and so you can't judge it. You know, if they're supposed to be flat, right? If this is a road that's going flat, it could be flat, or it could be downhill, or it could be uphill, right? It kind of just depends on all the stuff around it. So a lot of times when we're like, or when I'm painting and I'm reacting to my own painting, I need enough of the basic stuff in there first so that I can actually react to it. Anyway, that's my quick tips. Today's gonna be full of them. Playing slash acting up. I might need to go to the doctor again for it if it keeps being an issue for a few more days. Dang, that sucks, Skittle. So is that a result of too much painting or just like like a repetitive motion? Sometimes you forget to put the basic stuff too. Yeah, it's funny how like I just found myself doing this like, you know, spend focusing essentially on the details. Omi says I'm sorry about that. Yeah. Okay, Omi says is a very important exam in India during the 10th and 12th years of high school life. Gotcha. Okay, you have your 10th board starting from tomorrow. Dang, that's why I cannot stay longer in this live stream. Yeah, no worries. Well, good luck, Omi, on your board exams. Hope you do well. Get good sleep. Study. I mean, I'm sure you. If they're starting tomorrow, hopefully you've already studied. But yeah, best of luck. I hope you do very well. What do the board exams determine? Do they determine like college or like which colleges you can get into? Is it like in Japan's exams where like depending on your exam scores, it basically is determining college life, I think. Isn't that how Japan is? I mean, I guess the US has those too, but they're I feel like they're not. I mean, they are pretty important, I guess, like the SATs, but you can retake them. So if you do really badly, you oftentimes can can you retake the SATs? I think you can. Colleges? Okay. I think in the US you can retake them if you do poorly. But it's still pretty important. But I don't feel like it's as important. I feel like something like Japan's always got the impression that it's a little bit more important because it's like it's seen as more tied to your future and more like career. Like I don't know, I feel like in the US SATs are important, but your overall GPA is arguably more important for like getting into a university. Whereas I feel like maybe in some countries the test itself is the most important thing. And so there's like most countries will have grades and they'll have tests and different sort of standardized tests and stuff, but like there's like a different weighting to them. You can take up to 2 times, I think. Oh, hey Vegas, how's it going? Roy Inspire says, yeah, you can. Okay. Yeah, well, best of luck, Omi. Hope you do well. It depends on the college. My GPA was useless, but the SAT was way more important. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, and I know some colleges, especially like prestigious colleges, like everybody who applies is going to have like 4.0s anyway, and so you're going to have other things like good SAT scores or good extracurriculars, but I don't know. I think some countries place a higher premium on the test scores and some place a higher premium on your GPA. I feel like overall though, compared to like that, I always felt that the US is more like GPA first. Like it doesn't matter. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but and again, it's probably school based a little bit. I don't know. I don't know exactly how it works. Obviously, there's I'm just trying to speak relativistically, not absolute. Because obviously they care about both. Because I just know that, like, because my only sense is, like, I remember, like, learning about Japan's testing, and, like, there was such a big, like, way more emphasis on it than it was in the US. And, like, obviously people stress about it in the US, and there's all that. But, like, culturally, it's not even the same at all. Like, and I always feel like when I say stuff like that on stream, I make the point of like, oh, it's a really big deal in Japan. Be like, well, it is in the U.S. too. It's like, comparatively, it's not. Like, I mean, it might, like, in sort of absolute terms, they're like like how much it actually affects you, it might be the same, but the emphasis on it, like from the student's perspective and the parent's perspective and your school's perspective, is, I feel like, a lot more. And maybe it's not that way anymore. Maybe it changes, but I don't know. I don't know how all that is anymore. Infinite Wumbo, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. So yeah, let's paint some little... a shadow. That'll be a shadow right there. And this shadow is going to have some chunky shapes in it, because I'm using a reference image and it has chunky shapes in it. So I'm just going to make some interesting shapes here. But yeah, Vegas, hope you're doing well today. And then there's little outcroppings that cross over. Been really busy with school. Everybody's busy with school lately. I wonder, what time of year is it? Well, it's February, mid-February. Is it like exam? Is there exams in school as well for you? Is it just exams everywhere? Exams everywhere. Bye for now, says Omi. Yeah, take care, Omi. Good luck again on the exams. 2 weeks from now, I have your midterms. Gotcha. Midterm season. So yeah, what I'm doing here, I'm painting essentially in grayscale this image, or more or less this. I'm gonna fudge it in a bit. I'm just doing like the block in. I am not trying to adhere to colors, obviously, as you can see. No colors to be seen, other than blues. And maybe I'll use some other colors too. But I'm just kind of blocking in some stuff. Probably will do some focus on shape. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing now. I like this land bridge here. I'm calling it a land bridge, but it's really just it's just a little dirt path through here. That's a raised bank. A little embankment area. And then of course we have these things here. Have some shapes that are kind of neat. Can make them darker. Some lighter shapes. And again, I like the light and dark contrast. And there's little, you know, things floating out in here. We could put some back over here as well. Sort of just trying to play around with values. I want to, maybe this could be like a castle or some sort of, you know, structure, some island thing. I don't know. It'd be kind of neat to have like a place, you know, you drive down this path. There's this water or marshy area here, and then you drive up to this main area. It'd be kind of neat. So making some little shapes in there. So yeah. Reed Kreiner, hello! Reed Kreiner, how's it going? Hope you're doing well today. Reed Kreiner says, we had a class about painting in German class today. Students had to describe pictures like this one, Impressionism and Expressionism in landscapes. Ooh. That would be hard. Also, that would be hard for me in English, to talk about Expressionism and Impressionism. I actually don't know the difference between those two. I feel like Impressionism, I kind of understand. I feel like I understand what Impressionism is. I don't know what Expressionism is. Like Impressionism is like making like I mean it's in some ways I think maybe even similar to what I do, like Monet, right? Like very like instead of painting the exact blades of grass, it's more just like here's a bunch of blobs that are kind of give the vibe, the impression of the grass, right? And so it's non-specific, it's big strokes, very loose, but it's still like the shapes and the forms kind of, or blobs, or like I don't know, not like stippling, right? Not, but it has like the, if you look at it, you can tell what it is, but they're clearly not focused on like the exact details or the exact outlines. I don't know what Impressionism is at all. Because I wanted to say, oh, it's just the impression of it, but that means the same thing as what I just said. So I don't think that's actually. Let me look at Impressionism. Impressionism, and maybe I'm wrong. I probably am wrong about what or wait, no, Impressionism is the one I was thinking of, right? Expressionism is the one I said I didn't know what that was, right? Now I'm confusing myself. Yeah, I don't know what Expressionism is. Expressionism art. Who is associated with that? Oh, that's like more that's more. Oh, that's more like not abstract, like Picasso and stuff. Okay, so it's more about expressing like concepts and ideas and emotions. So it's more surreal and more wacky. It's not about the impression of a real thing, but it's more of like, okay, because yeah, when I look at expressionism art, it's much more abstract, it feels like. Even if you can tell what a thing is, it still feels more abstract than expressionism. Or maybe abstract in a different way. Anyway. Gotcha. But yeah, I've always been really bad at like art movement stuff. Partly because most of the art that I'm doing, like when I'm looking at old-timey art, and I'm just not using it as like a derogative term, just art from, you know, back that like people would talk about in an art history class, right? When I look at that art, I'm typically looking at it as through the lens of someone who is trying to sort of extract something from it, like as like somebody trying to study it. And I don't really care about as much about like the, I mean, I guess it's nice to know why someone, you know, why it was popular to do certain things at a certain time and like what were the goals. And I guess it is good then to know, to like put it into context. But I'm typically more focused on like, I don't know, like I guess for me, if I can't tell what the goals were to some degree from looking at the art, then I'm not, I probably don't really consider it too much. Like, I don't know. I've just never, I guess I've never cared about it enough about the names of the movements to really understand what they are. Whereas if I look at art, I might be able to like understand like, oh, this type of art, they were going for this type of thing over this, right? Like obviously if I look at like some abstract art, you can tell, or certain types of art, you know, you can tell they weren't going for, you know, photorealism, and they certainly weren't even going for, you know, or color accuracy wasn't their main goals. And you can kind of start to understand what their motivations were without knowing the name of the movement. I don't know, I've just never been into that stuff too much. Except for when I am, I guess. Occasionally I do learn about the stuff and kind of sticks. But yeah, it's, I don't know. I think at some point, and I would suspect that in a few years, I will care a lot more about that stuff. Because I feel like I have been slowly caring more about, like, that sort of the educational side, the history side of things, putting things into context, thinking of myself. In some ways, it's almost like an academic pursuit where you just want to know a lot about everything around art. You want to know when it was made, what the movement was. You know, it's like, but it's not as relevant for making the art. It's still useful. And I think for me, as I make art, I'm like, I'm I become more interested in all the other stuff because there's can be things that are not art related that are useful for making art. It's kind of like me taking an interest in like geology. It's obviously not directly related to art, but by learning about it in a different subject and or that's not directly related to art, you can then make comparisons and learn things that you can then apply to art. Or if you learn about art history, you can learn about why, maybe motivations or what their focus was. And you're like, oh, I could use those motivations or those focuses on my art. I could kind of revisit these concepts and like, it's useful. Like, I do think it's useful to learn that stuff. And it will probably be more useful for me later, like a sort of be like once I get I don't want to say get past the fundamentals, so I don't think I'll ever get past, it's not really, it's always a thing you'll be working on, right? And it's always going to be a part of your art because it's foundational to art making. But I think there will be a certain point where I feel proficient enough to where I'm more searching for like the theoretical stuff and the more artsy concepts, and whereas like art history movements might shed some light into different things that I might care about. So yeah, I do suspect I will care a little bit about that stuff at some point, but right now I really don't. Or maybe I shouldn't say I don't care, but I just probably don't care as much as I should. I don't know. Is anyone the same? You just like never really got interested in art history? Or maybe you're the opposite and you really do like that stuff. Reed Kreiner says it wasn't too hard. They basically had to describe the weather and colors and paintings. Oh, that's cool. Okay. So now, how do I want to do this? Reed Kreiner says, I never cared much about art history. I was more concerned with figuring out how to draw in color. Still trying. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of, I relate to that. I think for me, it's like, I can recognize that art history is useful, like in the full piece of the pie and like learning, from the like creative side of things to the very technical and the application side and everything in between. Like if you take the whole pie, let me make a new layer, or let me make a new thing so I can paint on it. I can make my graphic. Right? If you take the whole pie, I can recognize that art history is relevant, right? It's a piece of the pie, right? Out of all art making, but it feels like a very small slice of the pie, and like I can't especially if I am viewing myself as a beginner, I cannot in good conscience sort of ignore this whole piece of the pie or all of the rest of it for this little. I can't focus on this sliver. Like it feels like I'm doing I'm not using my time wisely. Like, it's not to say that I will never visit this slice, and which is why I think I will, or maybe the slice is this big, right? I don't know how big the slice of the pie is. That is art history. But like for actual art making, I feel like fundamentals and, different things like, perspective and color theory and composition and storytelling and, different programs and techniques and like there's so much to learn, and like why do I want to focus on this part? It just feels like it's hard to like care a lot about that little slice because I know that. But it's funny because I say this and at the same time I think a lot of people probably share a similar opinion as what I just expressed, but at the same time we still get bogged down in like detailing. which is also a small slice of like what makes a painting, a painting, or you'll get bogged down in like, what tools do you use, instead of focusing on more basic fundamental things. And then there's the business side of art that I would get to before the history. Yeah, exactly. It feels like there's just a lot. Yeah, the business side of art, which is constantly adapting, and so it is never ending. Yeah. It does feel like it's easy to push the history side of things away. I think for me, when I really start struggling, like if I ever have like an art existential crisis of like, what am I trying to say with my art? What are my motivations and why am I even painting? And if I start to like lose the spark or the thing that makes me excited about it, or maybe I lose my way and and sort of forget why I was making art in the first place, or maybe I want to change why I'm making art for whatever reason. I think that's where art history can actually offer a lot of good ideas, right? It's sort of like a spiritual journey into the past. Because, like, I remember, I just recently, or not recently, like a year or two ago, I watched a video and it was like an hour long. It was like it's just a YouTube video from some art history channel, like art history professor on YouTube or something. I don't know what they were called. But it was like an hour long video on a Mexican painter from like in the 1800s. And it was really cool because they talked about sort of why he painted and what his goals were, and how he wasn't trying to directly depict the landscape, but he was depicting sort of where he thought it was going. So like, if in some ways it was political, but it was more on like the, like during the, the Industrial Revolution, railroads are coming into their town, but they weren't there yet. And so he was imagining like, is it gonna bring industry and it's gonna be a booming thing? And so he paints everybody a little more rich and fancy. He thinks it's gonna be great for the, the city that he lives in, or maybe he thinks it's gonna destroy the countryside. So he puts all these railroads and trains tracks throughout the countryside, taking up the farmland. So he's kind of like painting things he cares about, and how like, it was kind of a cool way to think of like, oh, I could use that as like an exercise. Or maybe I wander around my town and paint things that have significance to me, and I, fill them with memories of like things that I could have seen myself doing there, but like maybe I never exactly did it, but like, it's like, oh, this is where we used to skateboard, and I draw, stuff, people skating there or something. Like, I don't know, like that's kind of a fun way, like by learning about how other artists have done things, you can get ideas for yourself. And I find that's pretty useful. I don't know if that's specifically art history, but it is kind of, because it dives into the like historical motivations behind why certain people painted. And so I do think there will be a point where I care more about art history, but yeah. Vegas says, I think it depends a little on what kind of art you want to do. Fine art versus more entertainment art. That's true. That's true. I mean, but even then, right? Like learning... I mean, even in entertainment art, I'm assuming that you're contrasting entertainment with everything I was just saying. But because like even in entertainment art, there's like different ways of, the way they lit scenes has changed with the inventions of like lighting, different types of lighting, and how they lit things changed how they acted and how they did composition. And there's some things that you just didn't see in film and movie, and like you just didn't see it back in the 40s or whatever, that you do, but you see it now. And so it wasn't it's not, I'm not just talking about like the invention of color, right? But like also just the way you would compose a scene and light it like change. And so you almost went through I think it went through like major, like even just like the way that I talk about color, right? I often we talked about this briefly on stream a while back, but you know, the way that we typically talk about lighting is almost like a black and white value first kind of thing, where you have your lights and your shadows, right? So on one hand, let me draw down my painting. Let me just divide the, you know, you have, you know, on one hand, case example A, letter A, which doesn't look like an A because I can't write things very well. You have scenes that are split up where if you have like a dark thing and then a light thing and then more dark, all of the colors in the light, regardless of which color it is going to look like it's in the light, right? So you're going to have like bright colors, you're going to have dark colors, and they'll be grouped together, right? So you'll have like your lights will be grouped. And of course you can have shadows and stuff and other shapes in there too, but the overall value, like it's sort of that saying that's a pretty common wisdom, right? Which is like the darkest light. So whatever is your, you know, a dark blue, but it's still in the light, is going to be lighter than the lightest color, right? So this will still be lighter than the lightest color in here. So if I have like a yellow that is in the shadow, right, it'll still be lighter than, say, the blue, right? Because it's still, obviously yellow is lighter than blue, so but it'll still be darker than this blue, which is, right? So like all of your shadows are going to be darker than all of your lights, regardless of what color is in your light and what color, right? That is not objectively true, right? This is a like, there's a history behind why lighting and artists do it this way. They haven't always done it this way, right? This has not always been the way that artists have painted. For a long time, they actually painted a different way, right? They painted, here, I'll show you. Right, so this is the shadow, that's the light. Maybe we'll put another light spot back here too. Right, but anyway, you might have like a landscape or something, and this is, you know, you have lights and shadows. But back in some other time before that, they didn't do that. They arranged things very graphically, and like, this person's wearing a dark shirt and a blue shirt, and blue is a dark color, therefore it's going to be dark, right? And this person has, you know, bright yellow pants or a green pants, and so here's their pants. Now, obviously, these pants, you can't see it against the gray background, so we need to put something like a purple in the background here to contrast their dark pants. So now you can actually tell this person's wearing dark green pants, right? And then, if we want to light the scene, they will take like a light and treat that as like, here's the light, but the overall value is still more important than the light. In fact, the light is so tame that it's almost non-existent. Like, the difference between light blue and dark blue is not much, right? It's not more than the difference between the, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is going to be darker than everything in the pants because it's darker blue. It doesn't matter if it's in the light or shadow, right? It's a very different way of thinking about lighting. I like this way of painting, and this is something that I only know because of, you know, historical context of how they did different types of lighting. This gives a very different vibe than these harsh light and shadows. You know, if you have a green tree, it's going to be primarily dark, you know, because green is a darker color with leaves. Even if it's in light, that lighting is going to be super subtle, you know. You don't get like these harsh, crazy harsh lights that you do in you know, modern painting and how movies are filmed, you know, with this like artificial light and stuff. Anyway, so I think it's an interesting, like, this is an example where art history absolutely is useful, because it kind of can let you know, hey, you can actually paint things in a different way that is not this like cinematography focused way that people like to talk about. And so I think it's cool. I do think it's useful in that sense. But yeah. entertainment art is relatively new compared to fine art. It is, and yet it still influenced how we teach fine art. Like, it still influences how people go about teaching lighting with light and shadow, and like axioms that have arrived from that, like the lightest dark is darker, or the lightest dark is darker than the darkest light, right? Things like that exist as sort of that is a very new, as far as I am aware, it's a very new concept. Like, that's not, it comes out of a school of painting that is, I suspect, not terribly old. I don't know if it's like super modern. I'm sure it existed before movies. Like, that probably was not the invention of movies, but that is very relevant in like movie lighting, and it's much closer to movie lighting than it is the other way of painting. And like, I think some people, they would learn from YouTube, they would learn from artists and books that are, James Gurney and all those people, and they'd be like, oh, I didn't even realize there was other ways of doing lighting. Which is, I think, also one of the reasons why sometimes you see something and you're like, it looks good, but also they seem to break all the rules. It's like, yeah, because it's not a rule. I mean, it is, but also there's an entire school of thought that basically was so different that everything is breaking the rule if you compare it to today's rules, which I think is kind of fascinating. So yeah, I guess I just basically made the case for why learning art history is good. Because it lets you know what you can do that maybe you're not really taught that you can do, because it's so, like, it's sort of an outdated style. I imagine this would be similar if you were learning like fashion design. You'd probably be learning a lot, if you did talk about history and fashion, every student might come out having the same sort of preferences and goals with their fashion. And yet, if you look back in history, they probably had different goals with their fashion. And like, there's no reason fashion can't be primarily out of function. And like, maybe function is the primary goal in one school of thought, and it's not even top 10 in the next school of thought. And it might be more about self-expression in the other, right? Like, you're allowed to do those other things, but I think if you're only taught the stuff about, like, how to make clothing and not what kinds of clothing you can make and why, and how you might prioritize different things, every student might end up more or less painting the same way and not even realizing that there's other ways to think about it, or making clothing. I just switched to painting, but you know what I mean. I don't actually think students ending up painting all the same way is very, like, I don't even know if that's a problem, because again, as long as the skills are there, I think it would. Tree Island looks like a huge cat. It kind of does. Tree Island does kind of look like a huge cat. That is a huge cat. I like it. Not really. Actually, I don't like it because I don't want it to be a huge cat, but maybe it's cat-shaped inspired. Vega says, I just mean that the history of those things are less important to get a job. Oh, maybe. I think if you're doing, like, I guess it depends on what kind of job, right? Like you said, because I think a lot of stuff, especially in like entertainment design, you do need to be versed, especially in like design, right? Anything design related. If everything that you make looks the same, like, if a designer can't be like, oh, I need to design something that looks 1950s or 2010s, like, if you don't have
the knowledge base, if you're just doing things based on like habit and preference and you're not actually understanding the motivations and the goals behind different design aesthetics. Like I do think history in design is super important. Being able to like research and understand things and have a like why if you're looking at things historically and you want to understand them, you also will need to understand why those aesthetics came about so that when you make something new, your aesthetics can also match, right? Like I think there's a huge case for history in design because that's how they made the choices, right? I mean maybe not for everybody. Whereas I think in like if you're doing your own personal stuff, that's where I would argue history is like it only depend it's only relevant if you want it to be because like if you care about it then you can care about it. But like if not, who cares, right? It's your work. You don't need to care about art history if you're just making your own stuff. And that's kind of why I said I think if I ever get stuck sort of like in a I don't know, existential crisis around art, I feel like art history is a good way to sort of get out of that because then you can go and like, let's try techniques from the past, Let's spice it up a bit in my own personal work. But maybe that wasn't what you were talking about, Vegas. I might have totally misunderstood what you were saying. But I would argue for a job, being a more well-rounded is better. Almost always. And I feel like it's typically the professionals, when you hear them talk about art, that they're actually most knowledgeable in like why the thing is the way it is. They're not just doing it based on like pattern recognition. Whereas like I'm mostly relying on pattern recognition. Like I kind of get the vibe of a place or a time and a way of working, and I kind of work the way I work because that's how I like it, not because I have a super deep understanding of things. And so I feel like in some ways, like if you hear like Jeremy Vickery on YouTube talk, right, where he works in he does lighting for films and stuff and animation. Like it's pretty clear that he understands, like, the technology behind it and how that technology has changed and affected his work. And I feel like he's probably pretty in touch with like the history of his industry because it is relevant, right? And he's probably pretty in touch with art history, especially that's related to his art, right? So anything related to lighting. Now is he gonna know art history as a lighting design person? Like, does he need to know everything about the Cubist movement? Probably not, because it's not even like relevant at all. Like it's not even. It's so different. Is that what you're saying? Like, I mean, art is a huge topic, right? Obviously, if you don't need to learn the history of landscape painters if you're doing, you know, character design or something. Like, probably not. But in terms of like general painting art, general art history and like techniques and different ways of working and why artists made choices back in certain times and what inspired them, I think it's super useful to be able to draw on that stuff. Hey, Iron Matt, how's it going? Hello there. They kind of look like cabbages now. A big cabbage patch. Vegas says, I was just basing this on the a million times I hear people say primary focus on the type of art the studio want in the work. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's a good point. I mean, they're obviously gonna hire you if you can show. But I mean, that's like an aesthetic comment though, right? Like, show that your work would fit in. But I think ultimately most people, especially if you're doing like concept art, like they still want to know that you can design, and so the skills are still gonna demonstrate that you're versatile. So aesthetically, yes, you need to be able to match, like style match, but the actual skills of a good designer is not just going to be like, I've memorized the catalog of World of Warcraft and, can more or less make things that look like it is there without actually doing the design skills. You know what I mean? Like, I think maybe not. I guess it depends on what you're applying for, right? Because sometimes it is just a matter of like, if you're just gonna render stuff and you're just gonna do painting, detail painting, and rendering assets that are maybe even already designed, and you're just like putting on some, you're an illustrator or something. Like at some point, it's like, can you just make the thing look like the thing we want it? So you might be getting a job without any sort of, all you have is technical skill and no like problem solving skill or something. But I feel like any like problem solving position, concept art, lighting design, anyone who's designing stuff, I feel like it's almost just having a well-rounded base feels almost like a no-brainer. Like if you didn't have that stuff, it'd be pretty bad. Vegas says, at least I would assume, because those are in the same categories as things you would learn on the job in programming. Those are more skills you tend to learn on job? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's probably true. Okay, I think I'm ready to add some colors to this. It's very, also I don't know what it is. I'm kind of just making shapes here. They look like big rocks. A big blue rock. Let's turn it into something. But yeah, Iron Matt, hope you're doing well today. Hope everyone's doing well. Today is just a painty day. I'm very tired. But I think I'm happy with how this is looking so far. For those who don't know, this is the reference I'm using. Kind of looking down here. It's kind of neat that there's, I guess I like that the scale is pretty neat. Also, this little thing, it's like a little pathway here. I didn't see that before, which is pretty cool. Have like a... You have a bit of the flu, but it doesn't stop me from reviewing the fundamentals. Dang. Well, I'm sorry to hear you have the flu. That sucks. I hope you get better soon. That is the benefit of doing things together online, is that you can't give me the flu. Yeah, that sucks, man. I'm sorry to hear that. It is kind of that season though, right? Like it's cold out, which is basically flu season, right? Winter? Isn't winter just flu season? Or no, I guess that's not strictly true. Wait, does somewhere like is flu season global, or like if you're in Australia, is flu season in the summer, or is it also in your winter? Does like Australia, does flu season align with the temperature, or does it align with like a global phenomenon? I actually I know how stupid this is gonna make me sound to people who know the answer, because I actually don't know. Like I speculate has something to do with the cold temperature and people staying indoors, and cold temperature, lowers immune system, and anything floating around there is more likely to get you sick. So if you have bad hygiene or bad like sanitary habits of like licking doorknobs or something, then like you're more likely to get sick in the winter. Um, because then also people have like more runny noses and stuff. But I also could see like once people are flying and transporting it around all over the world because airplanes and so like flus and viruses would spread all over. So like would you have a global flu season, or is it mostly like is the effect due to temperature stronger than you know what I mean? I actually have no idea. I need someone. I know we have some people in Australia, uh, who view stream. So if you're here, please tell me, when is your flu season? Which months? I know this is a question I could Google, but it never occurred to me that there might be, and maybe there isn't a different flu season. I feel like when people say flu season, they're just saying, "Oh, it's cold, it's winter." I feel like I'm stupid right now because I know there's an answer. Okay. I always end up having questions like this when I'm streaming and I can't look them up. Drawing boxes gives me the flu. Oh no. Yeah, that sucks. Here in northern Italy, it's freezing cold and I simply underestimated it. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean that makes sense, right? In if you're in the northern hemisphere, then I'm pretty sure I can confidently say flu season is in the winter. But I don't know if that's true. Gosh, I feel like I should know this. I know so little about Southern Hemisphere, to be honest. Like, I always forget that, like, Christmas is not strictly in the winter. And it's so every time, every single year that I've been streaming, and we have people from all over the world view, stream, and chat, it always blows my mind that it's like people are like, oh, it's so hot here. And I'm like, oh yeah, your Christmas is not in the winter. Because I have a stronger tie to like, I mean, even like a Christmas tree, right? You have I mean, I know they're evergreens and they can be green in the summer too, but I think of them as like winter trees. I mean, that's kind of what they're like, they I mean, that's part of like why they are different than other types of trees is because they typically grow in cold environments. And so when I think of what does Santa ride on if not winter sleigh? Exactly, Pepperly. See, I associate Christmas with winter. And yet for Australians, like that breaks my entire mental model of what Christmas is, kind of, because we have like, yeah, fat guy riding on a sleigh in the snow, except technically he's flying, so it's like, does he really need the sleigh at all? Because he's in the air, so does it really, I mean, who cares? Maybe the reindeer can run on water and he just runs on the water and it like, whoosh, that's how they take off. Like, why does it have to be snow? Why not in desert sand, Like, if they can fly, do they really need much of a running start? I don't know. I don't know the logistics behind non-winter Santa Claus. Santa on a jet ski? Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. I guess what I'm getting at is it's never occurred. I mean, it has now for the last few years, but most of the time I don't really think of that, right? I just have these strong ties. So yeah, all my life I've thought of winter or Christmas as a winter thing, and I've thought of flu season as a winter thing. And yet now I'm questioning flu season as a winter thing. Or maybe it still is. Gosh, the questions. It's funny how, like, it's a good reminder that we're still very in our bubbles, you know? Or maybe we just don't talk about those things. Okay, what am I drawing here? I don't know. Let's put in some colors, though. Let's play around with stuff. Some green. I don't want to use green today. Let's do some purples. What am I painting? Some pinks and purples. And the reason I don't want to paint with green is because I want to kind of make these little grove of trees. Just like the reference. Or maybe I'll do a grove of trees. I don't know. Maybe there's a little path of flowers or something. I always like flower paths. Yeah, it's always fun to take things like a reference and just do wacky colors with it. Trying not to rely on... Trying not to rely on the colors of the photo, but more on the design and the shapes and the layout and stuff. But yeah, Pepperly, how are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Hope the day is going nicely. Also, I should probably hydrate. And save my work before my stream gets all laggy and stuff like last time. Okay, the one thing I don't like about this right now, one is I've lost all atmospheric perspective because I've added this bright pink. But I think, scale-wise, doesn't quite have the feeling that this is far away. Maybe if I move this all over like this, I can show more like foreground going off the page here. I do like that there's these trees here in the photo. I don't know if I want to put them in here or not. Could do something. We could definitely put something in there. I do like the idea, though, that there's a pathway coming down here. Maybe there's little people. Or maybe they're big people. There. They're very small, though. They're far away. There we go. I like this. This makes it feel like it's a rock with this, like, Ooh, that's kind of what it feels like. It feels like a rock. And there's, like, these water... This water on the ledge. And a pathway. Kind of neat. Pepperly says, I'm doing okay. Your hands were full until just now. You did a kuguri sashi on a pair of jeans you tore up. Is that where you put them back together with like the color, like colored stitches or colored glue or whatever? Like the kintsugi thing with like the gold. Obviously you're not putting pottery back together with gold, but like the equivalent of that? Is that what that is? Kurisashi? Kuguri sashi. I don't know the term, but I'm assuming it's the repairing with visible mending. Okay, gotcha. That's cool. It's a type of embroidery with visible mending. Okay. I like it. That's fun. So did okay, so you tore up your jeans to then repair it. So this was a choice, not a practical thing. It wasn't like, oh, my jeans have a tear, let me repair it. But it was a you tore them up. Do you feel that and I don't really have an opinion on it one way or the other, but do you feel that you tore them up on accident? Oh no, okay. I thought maybe... Okay, do you feel that if you were to do it on purpose, that would take away from the, like, I don't know. Would that change it for you? Because, like, I could see that... Because I feel like there's a not a philosophical issue here, but like if the thing is probably born out of like we're reusing, right? We're repairing things. So when they break, we don't just throw them out, we repair them. But also we can take pride in the fact that we're repairing them and make it visible. And like, you know, and so that feels like it's counter to let's break things. You know, like one is like a preservation and the other is purely artistic, and it feels like you're in some way disregarding the whole purpose of the thing if you do it by breaking it intentionally and repairing it. But I also, if you want to do it as art, who cares, right? Why does it matter? And you know, going back to art history, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe you can do whatever you want regardless of why the movement started. It does feel, for me, it sits a little weird with me. Only because, I don't know, maybe I'm weird. I don't think it actually matters, though. You know, if it's cool and you like it, then and do it however you want. You know, I've seen videos of people like taking a pot and just like dropping it and then putting it back together. I'm like, okay, that's cool. But also like, there's probably lots of broken pots that could be repaired and actually restored using this method that didn't require you to, you know, is to wear the clothes scars and make them last longer, but I think sometimes it's fashion. Yeah, exactly, right? It's a weird, like, a crossover from, you know, we want to sort of celebrate this thing's, you know, the repairing and the reusing of a thing, and, like, we can take pride in reusing stuff and making it last longer, and so instead of trying to hide it, you make it visible, and you know, it can also be aesthetic and it can be pleasing to look at. And in some ways it might even be better than the original, right? Because it's more aesthetically pleasing. but also, yeah. Again, I don't know. I don't really have an opinion on it because if people do that, it genuinely doesn't. Do what you want. But yeah, it is interesting. Mine's certainly not better or pleasing, but I am getting some joy out of it. Yeah, no, exactly. That's what's important. I was just curious if you had a moral stance on that, because I could see it being a pretty hotly debated thing in that community. If there's like what was the word? Kuguri Sashi. If you did like a Kuguri Sashi, if there's like a community of people who do that, I bet you that's like a. I bet you people have opinions. That's my hunch. I bet there's some very hot opinions on Kuguri Sashi forums. Maybe not, though. Maybe people just think it's all cool and it's all good no matter what you do. Maybe I'm projecting. Okay, I'm gonna try something here. I'm gonna change some colors here. I'm gonna make this. I'm gonna go wild. I'm gonna add some bright reds. I'm using some hard edges here, as if it makes like rock shapes. I don't really have a preference in how I show this. I'm kind of doing the top layer here, which I don't know if is a good choice. I don't really have any lighting in this scene, which there should be because there is light. In fact, it's backlit, and I know it's backlit because we have shadows. Or wait, no, it's not. Hold on. Do we have... Okay, it is also backlit. So it's backlit and the... Okay. Let's see. So maybe then... Okay, I'm afraid of adding overlay to blue, because if I do anything warm, it's going to add, like, greenish colors. Or maybe not, actually. Hold on. Hold on. I mean, this is adding greenish colors, but it is kind of nice to get these colors in here. Yeah, I don't want to do that too much, though, because that's going to change... That's going to change how the lighting feels, you know? Like, I don't want to just add... Because that's going to make it feel almost normal lighting, like a normal color palette, and I don't want that. I want it to stay a little bit pushed into different colors. So maybe we do this with like a bit of... little bits of light here. I mean, I don't need super strong light. I mean, that is pretty strong light. I mean, that's kind of fun. I think I like that as a... as a composition, kinda. Now, I want to be careful, though, because I do want some lighting in here, but I think I'm going to make it a little bit more desaturated. Like, artificially. I'm just going to come in here and hand pick some colors. Because this stuff, I think I want to be foliage. I still like the idea of foliage down here. So, like, there's some stuff. And in fact, I could probably extend some of this, but I think I'm going to try to paint, like, shadows here. Again, maybe we have, like, this is a path, and so we have people walking down the path. Pepperly says, this is not the first time I tried it, and if I was going to put a normal patch on it, it was going to be visible anyway. Well, might as well make it artsy. Yeah, no, that's cool. I think that is super cool. I like it. I am a fan of artsy patching. Hello, KK Mousy. How's it going? Hope you're doing well today. Okay, I'm trying to figure out how I want to... how I want to do this. Do I just put all of this blue over here? I think I do. I think I just go crazy with the reflections. And then, of course, we get the reflections from this stuff over here. So the reason I'm deliberating how to do this is because, one, my reference is nothing like this on this side, particularly. And also, if I make too much empty space over here, it might lose it. Like, maybe there's other things. Because one thing that I know is sometimes when I do, like, my own sort of compositions a little bit, and this is not entirely my own. It is borrowed from the reference a bit. So, here's the reference. Painting from Map Crunch. This is just, you know, this little land bridge thingy with the little grove of trees, and I made a little land bridge with a little grove of crystals. I don't know what that is, but, and obviously the colors are wacky, but you can't really see anything over here, right? Maybe you kind of can, but I think something that you see in real photos, just a slight deviation, yeah, just a little bit, something that you see in real landscapes is that you see a lot of variety, right? There's a lot of, like, random stuff in the way. Everything's not perfectly you know, and I think sometimes when I do stuff, it's overly simple, like, oh, it's just a path with this thing. But what about, like, other, you know, divots and bumps and, you know, others? Oh, screen went black. You know, but what about, like, little mounds of dirt and stuff in the middle of this area, you know? Like, just other things, you know, noise, basically, right? Just noisy, adds variety, it makes it more interesting, little smaller shapes, you know, that kind of stuff that is, it's hard to think of on your own, because it's sort of, you know, it's not as nice looking, you know, it's not as orderly, it's a little bit chaotic, and I'm not always great, not always, sometimes I forget to add that stuff. And of course I don't have to, you know, always do that stuff. But yeah, let's bring in some grays. This foreground is gonna be tough, I think. Because I'm not really sure what I want to do with it. Little bits of things, foliage down here. After a long time, how's everything? Monster Court, it has been a long time. Everything is good. Everything's good on my end. Doing some painting. I'm painting from Map Crunch today. It's a little bit of a deviation from my usual. My usual being thumbnailing, voting on thumbnails, that kind of thing. Today, no thumbnailing, just jumping straight in. Painting from Google Earth, basically, from Google Street Views. Obviously, the Google Street View does not look like this, so I am taking some small liberties, just a couple. Deciding on painting some crystals or something here, some rocky structures. Kind of making it up as I go. But yeah, how are you? Okay, let's actually... Oh, I'm gonna undo. I don't normally... this is the first time I've undone today, I think. Maybe it isn't. I don't actually know. But I'm undoing, because I want to put these on another layer and see how it looks if I put like some flowers or something. Sort of impressionistic-y vibes. Kind of plopping them down. And maybe these aren't flowers. Maybe these are crystal fields. And so they're up instead of greenery, this is crystals. And so the crystals are poking up out of the water. And so you see them shimmering off in the distance on the ground as well. Basically in all these little areas. Crystal Quarry. Tried getting into drawing too hard and burned out. Now it's more stable. Oh no! Oh no. How... I don't... I know every time people say stuff like that, I always immediately go into, like, tell me about what that was like for you. But I am curious, though. Like, what was the... Like, what is... I'm always curious on other people's accounts of, like, their burnout. Like, what were you doing that burnt you out? Like, how... Is it just working long hours? Or sort of... like focusing more on like got to improve and learn, not having any fun with it, like what was the lead into the burnout? Like, do you have like a, you know, like imagine you went to a doctor and they were like, you know, this is the cause of your burnout. What was the cause of it? Like, I'm very curious, partly so I can avoid it, and partly because I'm just always, like, I'm not sure if I've ever been burnt out. Or maybe I have, and I just didn't know the words for it. I always struggle with this stuff. Okay, so I'm still very zoomed out, and so these marks I'm making are very they're very impression-y, right? Because they're not gonna be giant, you know, they're not in detail, they're just small shapes. But I do want this to feel like a cluster of gems and jewels, and then of course some in the foreground. But a lot of the foreground stuff I want to be darker. because I don't want it to, like, I don't need everything in the foreground to be shimmering. And also, I think I want this stuff to be kind of far away too. Right, because we have like... this lead-in, right? So like if you're a person walking down here, this is a path, you could, and then you can also walk down here. Walking down the crystal path. Ooh, maybe that's what we do. We put a big old crystal here. That'd be kind of fun. Wouldn't it? Now the problem is this gonna be too... I think that works. And then some crystals in here leading into this environment. And then some here leading out. Maybe? I'm a little afraid of going straight up with this, but... KK Mousy said, I actually had a burnout for a couple of days. Was just frustrated with how my art was coming out, but I was fine after and figured I'd learn something else for a bit to get out of it with my funk. Gotcha. Okay. So, okay, so for you, burnout was like the outcome is not meeting your expectations, right? Like you didn't like the outcome. Interesting. I feel like a lot of times when I hear people talking about burnout, it's more about like the process. Like I'm just not enjoying it. Everything feels drab and dull and it's sucking. But I could imagine if you're constantly not happy with the things that you're making, that would lose all motivation, and it would also probably be like the same. Pepperly says, I've been burnt out for a few months now. Went too hard a couple of weeks and I got sore and tired and just didn't want to return to it. That's fair. KK Mice says, I've been practicing a lot too, so probably part of that. I see. Yeah, I know with like people's work, right? Like working long hours and not finding joy in it, or not doing it for a purpose, and you're just doing it day in and day out, and you like, you know, I think that can cause people to be burnt out, because it's like, what is it worth it? Like, why am I even doing this thing? I'm not gaining any satisfaction or joy. I'm just going through the motions. That's my understanding of like typical burnout, but I don't know, is there a typical burnout? Maybe not. And so I imagine if you're like in like study hell, as they call it, you know, where you're just like doing study after study, you're trying to improve, but you're like, why am I even improving? I'm not even having fun painting, and like, this isn't why I got into art. You know, I didn't get into it to do studies. I wanted to make my own stuff. And like, is that helping me? And like, I could kind of see a take where you know, you sort of are you don't feel like you're fulfilled from the stuff you're doing. Monster Cord said, already have a hard time being consistent. On top of that, too many hours, too much time polishing, pressure of knowing how much there is, but how little I know. Drawing feeling more like a chore, sensitive to boredom, and your own mental health. Gotcha. You tend to shut down when it gets difficult. Forcing for the sake of progress isn't realistic because required effort goes up exponentially. That's true. I think that's a tough one to grasp with that last point that you made. The sort of the effort going up exponentially. I feel like I wonder, and so this is purely me armchair analyzing. I haven't really thought about this before. But do you, because like I know like so not in relation to your situation, but like I think a normal learning progress doesn't necessarily feel like that. Like technically you're still juggling all the stuff you learned, right, as you progress, and you'll always have all of that stuff, right? So you're technically are adding more and more and more and more. But I think if you like I think a normal learning process is by the time you get to the new stuff, you've kind of done a lot of the old stuff, and so it doesn't feel like a chore anymore. You're not necessarily carrying the burden of like applying, oh, I also have to do values on top of perspective and on top of design, because like some of that other stuff is just like things you've done now. So I wonder if that's like a symptom of going too fast, where like you have it down sort of intellectually, but like the like, you know, you watch the videos, you know the stuff, you've learned the things, but you haven't had the time to just slow down and like have fun applying them. And I mean have fun, not just like apply it for practice, but like, you know, to the point where it's just internalized and it's like you just do it because you do it. You don't have to think about it too much. Because if you keep progressing, then it's like you do have to think about it too much. There's way too much stuff to juggle. I don't know. I wonder. I wonder if there's like a, because you're moving too fast. Because I feel like that could be a thing, which it probably would cause people to burn out. Oh, yeah, but that makes sense though. I feel like that would be a lot to grasp with like a mental health concern. I don't know. I feel like that's just a daunting thing in general. Because there is like, yeah, your standards go up for every time you get better at painting because now you have more things to do. But now that means you have to spend more time. I think more time is definitely something that, like, in order for it to meet your new ever rising standards, you have to constantly invest more and more time because there's just more to do. Whether or not it's harder to do, it's certainly more, right? Because there's more stages. You know, you add a sketch phase to your process that wasn't there before, and you add a phase where you do more ideation or more iteration or more, you know, your polishing stage is a little bit more thorough and complete. You know, you have all these extra steps, and I could see that being like really, really annoying. And stressful actually, because like that could change it, you know, especially if you at one point gain joy from like being able to sit down and then just, you know, 30 minutes to a couple hours draw something and have fun with it. But now it's like, oh, you're not done yet, you're never finished. 30 minutes isn't enough, you need more and more, because you're not going to be happy with 30 minutes of work because your expectations have rose, and I could see that being a complete drain and quite hard to deal with. I don't know if that's quite what you went through, but I'm just thinking out loud here. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. Do you ever feel like that? Burnt out, or what I just described? I think I mean there's the like the I think I mentioned like the mental side of it. Like I don't know. I mean, I like that. I take like some sort of joy. I want to say pride, but that's not the right word. Some sort of joy from doing, like, how do I word it? Like knowing that I'm doing a better job, right? Knowing that my process is better, or that the time that I put in, yes, the time is going up, but I genuinely believe that it's like I'm choosing to put more time in, like it's a choice because I like the outcome better when I do. I feel like there is sort of like a, I don't know, because I mean, I feel it, like I understand it. I don't know if I've ever felt like it's a bad thing though, but it is like a thing I kind of have to grasp, right? Sort of like I have to sort of, I've thought about it, right? And I've had to think about it because I think if I haven't thought much about it, it would feel like, boy, I sure am just, spending a lot more time doing art and not getting as far, right? Like, I think there would be feelings that creep up that would be kind of the wrong conclusions. But I think having thought about it, I don't feel like I'm wasting time. I don't feel like I'm not making progress, and I don't feel like I'm not making progress as quickly because I think I've contextualized it in a slightly different way. But I don't know. I do feel I kind like I get that idea that I described. Like it's not an idea. Like my feelings around it isn't that it's a terrible thing. Because also I think that it's easy to forget how far we've come, and like if I choose to spend 30 minutes doing a drawing, it's not linear, right? It's not like my 30 minutes doing a sketch is the same as my 30 minutes back in the day, and now I just have learned to put more time. But now that I spend 4 hours instead of 30 minutes, my paintings are, 8 times better. That's not the case, right? My 30-minute sketch is way better than a 30-minute sketch back in the day. So it's not only do I spend more time, but I also get a heck of a lot more mileage in the time that I do spend. And so if I wanted, I can still go back and do a 30-minute sketch and take some joy from that as well. So it's not like the expectations of ever increasing. Yes, that's true for finished work, because my standards for finished work is more, but there's still other ways to do art that isn't finished work that is still better than the work that I was happy to call finished back in the day, right? And so I think as long as I can keep, like, as long as I don't lose too much sight of that, like, because like I don't think it's an accurate comparison, right? Like if you compare old you, oh, I used to have so much fun making a finished piece in 30 minutes. First of all, if you look back at it, your 30-minute old finished piece sucked. And you only felt good about it because it was the best you could do at the time. But like you feeling bad about your 30-minute work now, or me, I should say me, right? Me feeling bad about my 30-minute work now is not a reasonable stance to take when it's better than the thing that I was proud of back in the day, right? And so I feel like a lot of it is, it's like there's a psychological weight, right? You have to like juggle these weird contradictions and these weird, it's a weird feeling, and it is a lot to grasp, but I think a lot of it is just like mental games, like things that aren't inherently true, but you feel like it is, and then if you don't think too much about it, it can take its toll on you because you slowly convince yourself that you're wasting time, or it's not worth it, or you're not improving. And I think there's all this reason, there's all this like evidence that, well, you are improving. It's not a waste of time, I don't know. But I do genuinely have fun with it though, and I think that's a big part of it. I'm not typically doing studies, right? I know, and if I want to do a study, then I do a study, right? Like today is kind of a study in some ways, right? Not really, but I started with a reference. I paid attention to some things in the reference. I took what I like. There are some days where I just don't feel like painting my own thing and I want to do a study. Or there are some days where I don't want to do a study and I do my own thing, right? And I think having different modes to switch between and being aware of that, and kind of going back to our art history topic, there's always going to be times where, like, you could paint as a gift for someone else. Maybe it's for yourself. Maybe it's to practice. Maybe it's to learn. Maybe it's, to record. Maybe you paint to like writing, right? You go out in nature and you just observe things and you just sketch them. It's like a journal, right? You're journaling of things that you see on your walk around town, and maybe over a year or two you can, like, oh, here's different things I've seen and experienced on these days. That's a totally different way of painting and a totally different motivation for painting or drawing than, say, I'm going to do a study, right? And I think having enough different ways of working, and then you can kind of treat it as a hobby. I don't know, like, I also have a routine. I mean, also art for me is so intertwined with streaming at this point that, like, I don't even view art just as art. It's also streaming, and that's another motivation. There might be a day where I don't really feel like doing art, but I still am happy to stream and hang out and chat and talk, and maybe maybe educate, right? Like, and so do I need to love doing art at every minute? I don't know, not necessarily, because maybe I love talking to people and educating people or learning from people or doing an event or something. I don't know. There's always, I think I've gotten okay-ish at, like, pivoting, right? Like, my motivations are not always the same every day. Some days I'm super excited to talk about something specific, or some days I just want to make fun stuff and play with colors, kind of like today. So yeah. So, like, for me, it's not a, like, if my only goal was to improve, I think there would definitely be days where I would be depressed, because there would be times where, like, it would be hard to find a reason that I'm improving, or it'd be hard to find an example of my improvement, right? Because maybe some days I'm not in the mood for improving, or my brain just isn't in that mode, and so I spend time painting and I'm like, oh, I'm not getting anywhere. That would be demoralizing. And I think for me, my solution a little bit has been to be like, okay, today's not going to be an improvement day. Today is going to be a, chill, paint a thing that's familiar, and just have fun. Be silly with it or something. Or maybe you take a break and you watch a movie, and maybe it's still art adjacent, and maybe you want to get something out of it, but you don't actually want to put pencil to paper. I think that's closer to how I am around that topic. But yeah, I do recognize that it can be a lot. I don't know. I'm not immune to it, though. I think I probably have had, like, burnout days where I don't know how to manage my own emotions, and I'm feeling, stressed out or just tired, and I just want to, it could also be like for me, like, maybe I'm having, I don't know, like, depressed or something, and so art definitely doesn't seem exciting in the least. And if that's the case, like, I don't, I wouldn't call that burnout. That might just be a different issue altogether. But yeah, I don't know. I probably have been burnt out. But I also think that in some ways I treat art very much like a hobby. And so it doesn't stress me out too much if I just don't do art. Like, I haven't done much art at all off stream in a long time. And I don't know if that's because I'm burnt out. I think in some ways, sometimes I just don't like I think of art as communication, right? And I don't think you have to always have a story to tell or something to say. And I think that's okay. And you aren't required to do art, right? If you think of it that way, why like who am I to think that I should always have something important to say? I don't think I need to always have something to say. And so I don't feel like I'm, again, if it's my job, then someone will tell me what I need to say, right? They'll say like, tell this story or tell this thing, and then of course I've got to do it. But if it's not my job, then I don't feel bad if I don't paint on every day. I don't think I have to paint every day. And I don't. So, I don't know. There will be a time where I just really, really have a thing I want to paint, and so I'll dump a bunch of time into it, and I'll work really hard on it. And then at some point that thing will come to an end, or I'll stop wanting to work on it, and then I just won't. Now, obviously, if my goals shift, right, like, ooh, I need to get an art job today, then now I have a new goal, right? It's no longer of what do I say, but like I need to get a portfolio together, and so let's practice, let's work on that. And that might be fun or it might not be, but at least I'm motivated by something else at that point. I don't know if I'm even on the same topic anymore, but I'm just rambling about it. Drufzilla says, both. I often spend all that time and the result is so much better, but I still cannot take it where I want. So all the progress doesn't feel like it's actualized. Gotcha. That makes sense. I wonder though, because I feel like this is a huge topic, right? Taking art where you want. I'm always curious what that looks like. Is it like when you think of where you want to take art, is it more of like goal driven, or is it more of like, and I mean goal driven like like a concept artist might have a goal, and when they get there they'll sort of know it, but they don't really know what that thing looks like when they set out to do it, right? Because there's still like a lot of work to do. So it might be like, I want it to convey this feeling or this mood or this idea, but I don't know what the outcome's gonna be, right? And so when they get there, they're like, this succeeds at the thing, and I'm happy with it. Or is yours more concrete, like, I have this very specific thing I want to paint, and it needs to look just this certain way? Because I feel like that one is much harder. Whereas if you have like a goal of like, this needs to have the likeness of a person, and they also it needs to come off as like happy, but it doesn't have to look just like the photo. It just needs to have those other goals, right? Or it doesn't have to, be in a certain style or have a certain anything concrete about it. All that's up for debate, but it's more of like the goals need to be met. Anyway, because I think how you set goals, right, is a big part of making art, and like learning which goals are achievable and which goals, like, by boiling it down to the, I hate using the word, but the essence of the problem, right? Like what is the sort of the overarching goal, and not some like specific. It reminds me of those commissions. There's a meme out there floating around in some art communities that's like, I'm a graphic designer and my client wants me to design a website, and it needs to have big bold text in neon colors, and cats. It needs cat gifs in it, flashing blinking lights, lots of buttons. It needs arrows pointing everywhere, and we also need to make sure there's like an information page, and it needs all these 100 different things, and then they put them on the page and it just looks like this big cluttered mess of all the things their client tells them it must have. And it's like, that's not, that's impossible to make that look good, right? You cannot do all the things the client wants you to do when the client has no concept of like good design, right? And so like I think some people treat their work like they're that client, where they have all these goals for themselves, but there's no feasible way of making it look good because their goals are just not good goals. Like, it's not a good goal to have 10 million tabs and all these different things. Like, yes, all those things are cool, but like at some point you got to really ask, like, what do I really want this website to do, or what do I really want this painting to do, right? Yes, it's cool to have a cat with with balloons and have explosions and a big tower or a big mountain, and also snow and sun and lava, and like all those things are cool, but like at some point you don't want them all in your image. Like, that's not good goal. So I do wonder like how much of it is goal setting and like figuring out what the direction is. That's an interesting topic to me. I'm not great at it. But like I can just imagine, and again, not saying this is what you're going through, but I can just imagine some artists just having these lofty goals, and when they try to actualize them, like no matter what they do, they cannot put the stuff on the page to make it look good, right? Because it won't. Like, it will not look good if it's like those memes of like classic American eagle with guns and a truck and beer, and you cram everything that's American into one image, and it's just this cluster of garbage. It's like, it doesn't look like a good image. Monster trucks, what else is American? I don't know. That's probably it. But it's like, yeah, that's not the goal, right? The goal isn't. Anyway, I'm rambling, but I think you guys get the point. Anyway, but yeah, that is a tough one though. Like, being happy with the thing. KK Mousy says, I'm pretty happy that I am improving a lot. I used to be pretty quick with your art, especially since my specialty was just cell shading. But now that I want more painterly rendered style, I take more time, and I can tell I'm improving and doing better as I go. Nice. I think the cool thing about that, KK Mousy, is like, you're gonna learn the skills, and so even if at some point you want to start painting faster, you'll still have learned the stuff to like the slower painting and like the more detail and rendery focused. And so like, even if you change it up again, you're still going to take that with you, and like you'll still have those skills. And so you can still pivot back to other methods of painting. Like, maybe you won't always want to paint super long and detailed. And so you'll have to like go back and do some of the quicker stuff, but like you'll still have those skills, which I think is cool. For me, I can tell I have blocks and just trying to get past them. Like, sometimes hands are super hard, so I did a bunch of studying recently, and now I feel like I have more understanding. So I guess trying to have more of an understanding of what I'm trying to draw so I can get my goals across, whether it's learning to draw something or learning how to paint. That's, yeah. Yeah, I always like the goal of learning for that. I think for that reason, where like, I don't have to make good art to know that I learned something. And so it's sort of, to me, I feel like having the goal of learning can be a little bit of like and not learning a specific thing, mind you, right? It can also just be like learning something. And so maybe I set out to learn hands, but maybe I learn, you learn some things not to do, you sort of take note of what's not working and try to figure out why. Even if you haven't quite gotten it down, you've made progress a little bit. Like, sometimes you can just take I don't know, maybe I'm unique in this way. I don't think I am though, but like I tend to know when I've learned something because it's like, oh, I didn't know that before and now I do, right? Like I can sort of intellectually I can feel it, right? Even if I've never done the thing or applied the knowledge, like if I hear a new fact about something, I'm like, I've learned that thing, right? Like you kind of you didn't know it and now you do. And so I find that it's fairly easy when you're painting to find like a tiny little thing that you didn't that you've never either you've never done before and now you have, or you didn't know this thing because now you did. You find a reference, look at something, and you're like, oh, I didn't know that's how this thing looks. Or oh, I've never painted. Every time I've painted trees, I never put this little feature of this bark or whatever, and now I have, and so like clearly I have now learned to apply this thing, going forward because I've never applied this thing, and now I'm aware that I can apply it. Because if I would have known about it in the past, I would have applied it, and I didn't. And so now I know about it, and I will apply it. So therefore, even though I haven't technically done it yet, I know I've learned it because now next time I do it, I will apply it, right? And so even that, like, I find having the goal of learning is nice for that reason because you can it's kind of an I want to say an easy win, like because it's not requiring you to make better art. In some ways, it's actually requiring you to make worse art, right? Because like if you do something for the first time that you've never done, it's probably not going to be good. Although I suppose if you get, learning with conflating like making better art and improving, like I think those are two different things. I think some people conflate like I'm not improving because my art's not good, or my art isn't better, therefore I'm not learning and improving. I don't think that's true, right? I think you can both learn and improve without actively having made better art. And I think that's a tricky one. And this is another like I don't know, like a thing that I think about that kind of makes it so I don't get too down on myself. Like because I know that oh, see a monster. Monster Cord, thanks for popping in. Good to see you again. Because there's so many things to do in art, and you can never apply all of them, right? Going back to that, put everything, every meme that represents America in one painting. Like, you don't have to do that. Like, you can know that you have gotten better at painting because you learned something about lighting, even if you've never, done your best rendering and lighting in the same painting, right? But like you now are a more diverse artist because of it, right? And so now you have more skills to apply when you need to, even if you haven't done it yet. I don't know. Maybe is that the wrong? I don't think that's the wrong way to think about it. To me, I find it a useful way to think about it. Because I think if you only judge based on outcome, it's really hard to feel like you're learning when you're actually learning new things. Because, again, you typically aren't making great art when you're learning. Like, because that's the first time you've done a thing, or first time you've seen a concept. And so, like, you've learned it, but you haven't masterfully applied it quite yet, right? You haven't mastered it, you've just learned it. You've learned enough about it to get you started on your journey of applying it. And so, yeah, it's not going to have great outcomes right away. Now, that's how I think about it. And so it doesn't bother me too much when I struggle to apply something. I can still feel it when I've learned it, at least to some degree. I don't know. I love the color palette, by the way. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm pulling it right from a reference. No, not obviously. I'm not. I'm making up the colors as I go. This is the reference I'm using though, for anyone curious. I'm turning this grove of trees and these things down here in the water into crystals. So now we have crystals out of the water. Crystal, a ball of crystal back here. I don't really know what's going on in this thing. In fact, I'm kind of not super thrilled with this thing back here. I feel like the scale isn't right. not the scale, I don't know what the word is, but the concentration of detail. Like the shapes are they're too big, right? And I think I need to break them up a bit more back here. Because it is small, right? But I also don't want to make them so small that it looks hairy. I know sometimes when you make like shapes that stick out like this and they're too small, because like when something's really in the distance and you make it you try to like add all that detail, it can look fuzzy because the detail just gets too, the shapes get too small. Okay, let's get rid of this so I can actually flip my canvas properly. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with the colors. I like them. I think it's fun. It's a fun painting. It's nothing fancy, but again, today's kind of a tired day, so I'll take the me having fun as a win. Now, I am curious. Maybe there's like a mine in here. Okay, I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna make a new layer. Kind of like seashell shaped. Like a conch shell, kind of. Maybe? Maybe that's not a great shape. I don't know. It's like a sleeping dragon. Oh, it kind of does. Yeah, it kind of does with like the head down here. Or no, the head would be here. Oh, this is, yeah, the head of the dragon. This is the back of it. So you have like a dragon here, the head. Yeah, and then the tail of the dragon would be here. Yeah, it's kind of fun. I was thinking about trying to make this like a cave, which would be kind of neat. But yeah, I don't know about the drag. I don't think I want to make it a dragon. I mean, it could be. I mean, it could be a dragon. Do we go like that? Some steps leading up here. Gonna put in some. A bit of bluish light for like where the sky is gonna shine down on here. Filling up the shadows with this brighter light. Hey yo, Patman, how's it going? How are you, Pat? Hope everything's going good. Okay, does this look like crystals? Maybe. Little islands here. Kind of little negative shapes. This should be a there. I like this actually. This is starting to, I think, look nice. In terms of groupings of shapes, they're not bad. Could probably do a bit more with like the foreground stuff and make these shapes more foreshortened. I'm pretty much okay. Thanks for asking. Thanks for asking. Today's art world, it looks marvelous. Artwork? Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like it. I'm having fun with it. I did something a little different today for anyone who's just tuning in and not sure what I'm doing. Let's see if I can save it properly. So I have a reference that I'm using. I went to MapCrunch. I've done this before, but today I'm specifically taking a place that I like and basically painting it with totally different colors, which obviously I used purple. I started with just basically blue, and then this has no blue in it, by the way, which you can probably tell. And then I went from there. So I started with blue, and then I added some purple, and then I thought this looks kind of like crystals, and then so I started turning the shapes into crystals, and yeah, kind of doing a crystal place. It's kind of cool. I'm enjoying it. I think it's a fun way to work. Not being literal about what I'm painting, but using it as a, you know, composition thing. Now, I do want to be careful, though, because I want to have some grays in here. So I'm going to make a new layer. And try to paint in some grays. This might look terrible. So, oh, hold on. No. Okay, let me make a new layer again. So I'm painting in some grays in here and going really desaturated. Not because I'm actually wanting this stuff to be gray, but because I want to just see what happens if I put grays into certain places, like maybe the shadows. It might end up looking not great. It's an enjoyable dynamic. Thanks. Or maybe the sky should be more gray. And maybe this can be less gray. Actually, I kind of like that a little bit. I mean, this might be a little intense. But I think toning down some of that bright blue is a good call. Because right now it's hard to let the pink really shine. Now again, I don't want to do as much, right? But something like that maybe. It's a little smoky. It's a little foggy looking. But I might be able to make it feel less smoky and less foggy by adding some white clouds. So like the white poofy clouds are gonna signal that it's like a bright day, right? Because you don't typically get those clear cloud skies unless you have a bright blue sky. Okay, I just want to knock out some of that bright blue. I want to get a little grayer, more desaturated. Probably not like this, but we could try. Kind of painting with just lightening things up, just seeing what I'm testing some stuff. This is the nice thing about digital. I can try stuff like this. Okay, this is it's still quite blue. I don't know. And now, what if I come back in here, crank up the purples, and just do like little bits of high saturation. Not the whole thing though. Just like shimmer, especially like right where the light meets the right, so like right here, where the light meets the shadow, putting like these little bits of highlight. I guess that's another thing I can do, right? Is put some more light in strategic locations. I don't really know what the direction of the light is either, which is probably not great. It feels like it's this way though, right? Oh no, it is. It has to be that way. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, it is definitely that way. Let's do that. Bringing in a little bit more of this light, and here. Now that I'm starting to have more of this form decided. And then of course, again, right where where the light meets the shadow, I'm gonna put in some bright lights. I feel like it's just a nice look. Some shimmers or something down here. Just some little bits of light. glistening in there. Or bouncing around the little, like, I don't know, because like light does this weird thing, right? And also maybe we can get some blues in here, some like in the shadows. Do that. That blue light bouncing around. Maybe that's too much. I don't know. But I think overall I like this. Little bits of blue or bluish purple. I think another thing is also coming in here, now that I know the direction of the lighting, right, from this direction, I can come back in here and add little darker bits on each of these. Again, I don't want to detail everything, but if it's just a couple extra lines blocking in some of these shapes, covering up other shapes, you know, making some form choices. It's actually nice because I'm using a darker color now, so I can... Also, some of this could be probably still very purple, or pink. But because I'm using the darker color, I can actually come in and knock back some of these bright colors. Which is good, because I can kind of frame the scene in a more intentional way. So like if for example, if this is too bright, I can just make it less bright and it'll feel like it's all in shadow. In which, what's the longest I've worked on a piece? Probably somewhere between 40 and 60 hours if we're talking about real, like, actual quality time working on it. I might have even worked on stuff... No, I've never worked on anything that long on stream, but any time longer than that, and it probably gets into like not real time working on it, where it's like, you know, it's on my second monitor, but I'm not really painting on it, that kind of thing, or I'm taking, like, I'm not really counting actual breaks, probably between 40 and 60. And funny enough, most of that was probably like early days where like I would fuss over a painting and just not have any idea on a way forward. But I don't typically spend that long. I haven't done any super, like, crazy, highly rendered stuff in a long time. I think my tastes, you know, kind of like we were talking about, like, my goals have in some ways, it hasn't always been getting more and more detailed. In some ways, I think at some point I took a step back and it's gotten less detailed. Now, the detail that I do put in is arguably doing more than the detail that I put in the past. So, like, I still think, in some ways, my paintings are more detailed, but they don't take as long. I could, in theory, put way more time in, but that I'm not putting in, because I could detail it more. I could come in here and make every crystal, you know, absolutely perfect, and, you know, especially in, like, here, right? All the shapes and all the shadows, every one of these, you know, this could be like essentially a painting, you know, in and of itself, with everything rendered just perfect. But I've gotten better at like implying things, implying structures and shapes and stuff, so I can just kind of, you know, like a mark for light, a mark for shadow, and like, there we go, that's a crystal, you know? You could polish something. True. That's true. I guess I was using detail in this, like, in replacement of the word polish in a way. I wasn't meaning, like, literal defined stuff, but more like finessing it, right? Like coming in here and you know, shaping out the edges in a way, or blurring brushstrokes. To me, that's just like putting in time to like make everything perfect. Even if that perfect means, you know, this is in shadow, right? and I'm just being a more careful about everything. That to me it comes, yeah, it's basically all like playing with shape, playing with brush strokes, making everything just the way you want it. Yeah, you're right though. It's not about detail. It's more about um just being picky about every little thing, right? Every little stroke, every little shape, every little choice. Whether that is, whether the choice is to blur something and to blend it, or it's to have it, highly rendered. Um, but yeah, you're right. But like this is a good example. In some ways, this is like a big, we have a big line here. Getting rid of some of these spurious brush strokes, just, blending things a little bit, deciding where do I want a hard edge versus soft edge. Um, maybe here I want this to be a break there, but maybe I want to soften up the transition. And so I just, coming in here and just making it a little bit more the way that I want, even if it's not super detailed. But I do like it. But I think I've gotten a lot better at basically painting quicker. Like getting to where I'm happy with it quicker. And yes, a lot of times it is less detail and it's left a little looser. But there's probably like choices of brush stroke economy. I don't really like that term, brush economy or stroke economy, where like the strokes that I am making I'm getting more mileage with them. Each of them are doing more carrying. I don't have to like, I can make shapes and they're a little bit more decisive and intentional. Less is more kind of thing. And then there's also the illusion of brush economy, which is kind of, I think, in some ways well, it's maybe not what you meant, but when you were saying like uh reducing noise, yeah, or blending or making two brush strokes look like one brush stroke. I think there's the illusion of brush economy when you do that. Maybe you started as, yeah, I'll do it on new page, but maybe you started as like something was chicken scratchy, and then your goal in the end was to make it look like it was one brushstroke. It wasn't one brushstroke, but you went in there and you made it look like it was one brushstroke. It's like it really was like 10 brushstrokes. But someone's like, "Wow, what nice brushwork you have." It's like, "No, this is highly polished detail, I fussed hours over it, making every speckle look, I hand painted the texture or something." So I do think there's an illusion of efficiency in painting that artists like to go for. And I think it's not just in like digital, but it's also in old-timey masters, and like not everything is always just because you have what looks like a single splatter of paint does not mean it was a single splatter of paint, right? I think artists probably since texture and sort of a loose brushwork has been a thing, people have been trying to make their loose brushwork look nice and intentional and, efficient for a long time. So that's not, I think it's important to draw a line between those two things. Which is also another reason you can't compare one artist's work to your work, right? Like, oh, this artist has such efficient lines. How do you know? What if they're just really a stickler for blending all their brushstrokes together and only having the visible ones look like a visible brushwork? Now, sometimes they do, right? Some people just have really good, like, they make one line and seemingly it's in the perfect place.
But you gotta be careful, though, when comparing, because you just don't know. Or like, wow, your idea is so clear. It's like, how do you think of... I mean, this is the same thing with, like, the whole idea debate, right? It's like, how do you come up with an idea like that? It's like, well, I didn't just come up with it, right? I mean, I did. It's my idea, but like, I got there eventually, right? Like, I got to the end result eventually. Same way with painting, right? With your brush strokes. Sometimes I arrived at where to put the stroke. I didn't just like put it in the right spot right at the start, but it might look like that at the end. I mean, or it won't. Right, I don't think my work looks like that, for the record. I don't think my brush work looks good at all. It's something that I feel like I have neglected. I paint quickly and intuitively, and I'm not, I think the way that you train good, deliberate decisions is by slowing down, and I just haven't done that much, so yeah, I definitely need to slow down in paintings and really think about what shapes I want to make, and then try to make them in a single brush stroke and sort of get better at that. Some of it looks good. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's not bad. I mean, I don't think it's terrible, right? And again, it's all relative. Like the water reflection. Yeah, I like this stuff. Yeah, some of it's okay. Yeah, I mean, when the shapes look good. Yeah, being deliberate in your choices, I think, is a big part of it. Or looking deliberate in your choices, I should say. Now, typically you look deliberate in your choices by being deliberate, but not always. I will say the brush that I'm using, because it's big and chunky, it's hard to get like chiseled edges, right? And so you end up with these like rounded things. And so a lot of times the way that I'm gonna get a shape to look like a point is by going over it a couple times, It's like to sort of carve around it and chisel it out, and then it'll look intentional. But until then, it's like, it's just kind of this big mushy shape like this, where it's like, what is that? Does that look intentional? So maybe I come around there and detail it a bit, make it a little bit more pointed or something. I don't know. But yeah, it's not bad. I've got work to do, though. I do think that's a down. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to like say bad things about my own work, right? Like, I think it's definitely a thing I want to improve on, and it's definitely an area that I've maybe neglected a little bit. But again, compared to me, 10 years ago, I'm way better at that than I was then. And so, again, or someone listening might be like, well, your stuff looks better than mine. And maybe not, but maybe that's just your opinion. But even if it did, that's irrelevant, right? To like whether or not I think my brushwork is good, because it's more about like, where could it be from here, But, I do think a lot of my brushwork is messy. And again, it's not always bad. There's an okay messiness to it, but yeah, I think it's a thing. It's a work in progress. Like when I think of rendering, that's actually typically what I think of, is like cleaning up brushwork, just polishing up the shapes that I wanted to make with my brushwork and make it look like I actually did the thing I wanted to do. Right, kind of like what I just did there. I extended this shape to try to make the brush look like it was in one shape, right? It didn't start that. Or like, here's a good example. What is this, right? Couldn't these be merged together? Well, sure. So I might try to make it look like this was all one brush stroke, right? Like I just perfectly put a brush stroke in here
Like, that's not good brushwork. I'm eventually fixing it, or hopefully. Maybe we put a little purple in there too. Maybe not. Maybe not the purple. Not sure how to fix it. Yeah. I think for me, the way that I would fix my brushwork is to slow down. Because brushwork is just a thing that it's like your handwriting, right? How do you fix your sloppy handwriting? Well, you deliberately go over and retrain your muscles, right? Like you retrain your lettering to the point where you form new habits on, you want to make a triangle. Instead of doing it this way, you learn to, maybe you just instinctually go like this. Triangle, right? Like, I'm not saying that's a good method, but like, you just retrain yourself. Instead of always painting like that, maybe you train yourself to swap brushes when just instinctually swap brushes, maybe with a hotkey, when you want a certain shape for a chisel or something, instead of doing it in sort of a, sometimes it's a method thing, sometimes it's just slowing down, making different brush strokes. It could just be like training your thought patterns of like planning ahead. This is kind of relevant. So I've been playing a game called Teamfight Tactics lately. Some of you might know it. It's based in the League of Legends world, but it's not League of Legends. One of the ways, like there's some things. Gosh, this might get too abstract for people if you don't actually play the game. But basically, it's an 8 versus. It's a free for all. It's like an 1v1v1v1. There's 8 people, and you technically are kind of playing by yourself. Like, it's sort of a solitaire type game. You don't directly interact with other people, but you do in a sense where like what they're doing can kind of matter. And so there's this thing you can do, which is basically called scouting. You can go and just look at what they're doing so that you can make choices based on what they're doing. It's not super duper important most of the time, but like training yourself to scout, because it's like it takes effort kind of, right? And it's like, but eventually if you train yourself, you can just like cycle through the hotkeys, and you're not really, you don't even have to, most of the time you're not even paying attention. You're just kind of like going through the process, and you train yourself to do this so that when you do need to do it, you don't have to spend mental energy doing it. It's just like you've turned it into a habit. And it feels a bit like that, where you just train yourself to have good habits so that it doesn't feel like a burden, because otherwise it's like tiring. It's exhausting to feel like you have to try hard, oh, I've got to focus on my brushwork. No, the whole goal is to train yourself so that when you're not thinking, your brushwork is better. When you're not thinking, your handwriting is better. And it does require a lot of very deliberate, repeatable, just practice, very deliberate practice. And I think it's one of the really hard things to get better at, without trying. Like, I don't think you're going to necessarily just get better brushwork. Now, I think you'll get better at like making choices on how to refine your brushwork. Like, where do I want this shadow to be? Oh, I want it to be here in this shape. Those are choices, and you will get better at making those choices. But the process in which you apply them, I don't know any reason why I would be getting better at that unless I'm actually practicing that. And I'm not practicing it. So I should. Because I kind of, most of my brushwork is done with like a carving out method, where like I have this blobby shape, and maybe the blobby shape's good. It doesn't need to be polished, but maybe I want the blobby shape to be a bit more like that. I'm just not good enough. I mean, again, I don't think brushwork is like, it gets better with your skill necessarily. I feel like it's his own skill. It's being deliberate and also knowing how to use your tools and actually taking the time to use them. True, you do need to know where to put them, but you also need to not, like, I don't want to say it's laziness, but I do think there's an element of, at least for me, there's an element of, like, I've become so used to doing it a certain way, it's just more effort to not do it that way, right? And so, you know, I could have every single time, for example, I wanted to make a pointy shape, I could have switched to the lasso tool for every single one of them, right? And then I could have just made them pointy shapes. Now, that's not a look I was going for, right? And so I'm glad I didn't do that, because I'd rather have them like this than the other way. But there's probably a lot of ways I could have also switched to a brush that makes a pointy shape just a little bit better, right? Like, well, here, that's not a good shape, you can see. But, like, you know, this makes a better pointy shape than this brush, right? This is soft and weird. This is a bit more pointy and it looks better. And so it could just be taking the extra time, you know, because, like, again, I knew that I wanted a pointy shape, but did I take the time to get it right the first time? No, I just didn't take the time. Or at least I didn't train myself in all the different ways that I could have made the pointy shape, and so I just did it the first way that came to my mind, right? Which was not very good. So I wouldn't even make the claim that I didn't know, you know, and it's not about, like, I don't think it's about knowing exactly where the shape is gonna be, but it's more about having a way of applying it that actually looks good the first time. And it doesn't have to be perfect, it just needs to be more deliberate than it currently is, right? Yeah, carve out on a new layer. There's lots of ways, right? I do the carve out way, right? I lay down some basic groundwork and then I paint around the edges like that. Which has its problems, because if the background is highly detailed, it's hard to, then I have to go back in very carefully and, like, paint in everything to, like, oh, this cloud goes behind that and pops out here, and, like, you know, it's yeah, not ideal. But also, I also think a little bit of brush economy is a little bit overrated. The idea that you're gonna get a brush down perfectly in the first try is just a silly goal. I don't even think it's a great goal. I think my stuff with brush economy that I would like to get better at is more about using the appropriate tool rather than taking 5 steps to do something that I know I have a tool to do in 1 step. That's the thing I want to get better at. It's actually more of a time-saving thing than anything. I can fudge brushwork right, and again, there's always going to be, like, the finessing stage. You know, you're going in and you're figuring out, you know, where to blur. You know, this part I want that to be blurry, and I want this to be a hard edge, and this can be blurry. You know, I think that stage, that's a good stage to spend time on, right? You're just fiddling with it, you're having fun with it. I think that's fine. I don't think I need to get these things right away, right? A lot of this is, like, you're feeling it out. But to me, it's more of the carving, you know, 10 steps to carve out a single pointed shape when I knew that it was going to be pointed. And yet I still took 10 steps, you know, instead of 3. It's especially a problem with gradients. Yeah. I mean, I will say with digital, right, though, you don't really typically, or at least I don't typically want, like, a perfect gradient. I wouldn't want to use, like, the gradient tool. And so there is a point where, like, adding that that touch, you know, the human touch of making the inconsistencies you come in here and you fiddle around a bit to like give it that sort of brushy texture because otherwise it was too perfect. I think that's a good thing, and I think that's one of the spots where brushwork shows, is because you. So again, I think this is where the illusion of brushwork is arguably more important than actually having good brushwork. It's just that finessing of the painting in the final stages. Making choices. Like if you have little dark shapes here, like I have a random dark shape. Do I want it there? No. Let's brighten it up, right? Let's add some brightness. Let's make it look like that was intentional and not dark. And there. Now we're cooking. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with taking time and going over your painting like this. I think I feel the same. Yeah. And I also paint very, very simply. Like, I pretty much use... I mean, you can see over here that I'm not using one layer, but I pretty much use one layer. Like, I am on one layer right now. Like, even though I have all these layers, I'm only working on one layer. Like, I've merged it quite a while ago. Obviously, up to that point, this was not. But again, even at this point, I was just painting randomly. I wasn't like... functionally, it was one layer, right? I only merged it when I started blending. Because you can't really blend below layers very well. So... But yeah, I basically paint in a one layer method. I don't use a lot of fancy tools, and so I'm not like being the most efficient with the stuff that I use. Which again, I like it. It feels much more organic for me. I think sometimes when people use a lot of like gradients and a lot of lasso tools and super precision stuff, I actually think that when I do that, my art looks more stiff. And I think I would take a little bit of messiness and, having to go over a thing a couple times than having it look like sort of this like, I don't know, something that isn't this. I don't know. I actually like the way I paint, and I enjoy painting this way. There are obviously things in process that I can get better at, and I can put more attention to, and I can practice getting better at them. I do need to do more of that. In fact, a lot of that should be done off stream, I think, is doing like brushwork studies or like doing maybe like no, I don't want to do it, say a repainting of a thing that I already have, because that's not the process, right? I've got to be careful when I do brushwork studies. Actually, how would I do a brushwork study? I'm trying to think, because like I don't want to imitate someone else's brush work as like and assuming that they put it down in one single because process is such an important part of it, right? It's sort of like when you're trying to do like colors. I don't paint by knowing the exact color I need and putting it down. Not really, right? There's like a blending that goes goes in, right? I might start with like a blue and say, oh, I need to lighten the blue, or I need, you know, and then I'll react to the thing, right? If I say I need a blue that is lighter than this, I can make it lighter and warmer, and I can make that a lighter and warmer blue, right? Or cooler, whatever you want to call that. I don't need to know, you know, from a blank canvas says I need exactly this color of blue. I don't know that at that stage, right? At some point, I'm like, oh, here's a blue and I want a gradient that goes slightly darker and more saturated. There's my slightly darker, more saturated, and now I blend them. And now I get a new color. Did I know that I need exactly this color right here? No. I arrived there by blending it with this color, right? And so I think when I'm doing color studies, I want to arrive at the colors that I want to arrive at through a process that more mirrors what I'm doing, right? So I want to take like colors that I might actually pick on my own and then blend them to get the new color that's in the painting that I'm studying, rather than trying to pick exactly the right color at the right spot. That's not how I paint. I don't think like a paint by number, right? So I don't want to practice paint by numbers. So I think when it comes to brushwork, I'm the same, right? I don't want to look at someone who toiled over their brushwork, came to a conclusion, and then try to imitate their end result. Like I don't want to imitate an end result. I want to imitate a process, right? So that I can actually make choices in my own work. And I don't really know how to do that with brushwork. Partly because it's hard to know what someone did in one stroke, or what they did and undid, or even when it's traditional, like you don't always know if it was an added touch, like especially in digital, it's, you know, like you don't always know when someone goes through their painting and does stuff like this. You don't know if that was like an early brushstroke that they just never got back to, or if it was a thing they did at the end. Like, yes, maybe this was done in one brushstroke, but there's a big difference between a brushstroke that was done in a block-in phase that was just left to be there and never, you know, polished, or was this a flare brushstroke? You know, was it like a thing you slapped on there to make it look like you were more loose with your work? Because that's a big difference in process, right? And one is like a detail, right? And the other is like, again, a result of process. And I think it matters. Again, this is not a thing that people typically talk about when it comes to a study and like what you're paying attention to, but I think it matters, because I think when you actually do your own work, it's not about it's not, I think it only doesn't matter if you only care about the end result. But if you actually care about making the art, it does feel like it matters. You can't just imitate the end result. You have to try to understand how they actually got there. Which is, I think, what I struggle with like master copies, or like, yeah, I could go on. I am ranting, but I could go on rants about studies all day. Especially color studies are like the big one for me, because, you know, there's a training your eye, but again, how often do you use that skill of like, I mean, it's a useful skill if you do a lot of like plein air painting, to like train your eye to see a color and then pick the color from your palette, because you need to apply it, you know? But most people who work digitally have some sort of process that is not look at a thing, pick a color, stick it on their canvas. At least in my experience. It's more like, you know, using, you know, either going from grayscale to color or jumping straight into color, but you're still blocking out, you're blending, you're adding your shadows, you know, you're mixing on the canvas. So yeah, I don't know, I gotta think about how to practice brushwork in a way that actually feels like it would be useful to me.
I mean, I suspect it's not actually that important. And I mean by that, like, brushwork probably isn't actually all brushwork. A lot of it's probably like your knowledge, kind of like you were saying, Drusilla. Like, if you have a good knowledge of shape design, then you can choose to make more efficient shapes from the outset. So it's not so much of like, can I execute it? It's more of like, where do I put the stroke in the first place? And so it's probably you'd probably get better to some degree at brushwork by just learning to be more deliberate in your design decisions, and you practice those by doing design, right? Doing shape design exercises. It's not so much brushwork as I do think there's a lot of experimentation in brushwork though, and like learning different brushes, learning different tools, right? There's that side. And then but there's also the design side, which I think is probably equally important. I don't know. Maybe it's that. Maybe that's literally the two components of it. You have your design sensibilities with shape design, and then you have your tools and the physical look of it. Because like somebody like Greg Grozowski, if you guys don't know him, he does like his stuff looks very like classical painted, but he uses digital. Well, he also does traditional, but his art looks very traditional and it looks like a classical painting kind of, very brushworky. But like he spent a ton of time figuring out a process and brushes, making his own brushes to like get that effect, right? So it's not a matter of just like, oh, he's good at shapes. Like, yes, he is, but he also spent a lot of time figuring out the look he wanted in the first place and then made tools for them. So there's that part. But yeah. Also, if you guys are just lurking, anyone here, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. And if anyone's lurking and is doing any work alongside or has anything they'd like to share, feel free to share. I'd love to see. Love to see what people are working on. Today's felt like a very podcasty stream. Just me rambling. Not about anything like controversial today. I feel like today's been pretty tame. Mostly talking about art stuff. Pelman Hunter, hello! You're working on writing Monster Hunter fanfiction, so not nearly as difficult as drawing, but still very artsy. I mean, I don't know why you say it's not nearly as difficult. I feel like writing is more difficult in some ways. I mean, I don't know. Do you think so? I feel like good writing is quite difficult. Surely, right? Surely it's difficult. Anyway, we don't need to debate what's more difficult because it doesn't really matter. But yeah, that's cool. I actually don't know anything. So wait, I didn't know Does Monster Hunter have story to it? And I assume so. But like, also I guess you could do fan fiction to something that doesn't have story, and then like Minecraft fan fiction. That could be a thing. That's interesting. I don't know anything about fan fiction, to be honest, but that's cool. One thing I do pay attention to when I'm reading is the ways different authors, and just even the same author, both like describes things and the way they compose their scenes and how they tell a story. You know, do they give you all the same info in the same way, or do they, you know, some people will alternate between perspectives, some people will, you know, like drip feed you details, some people front load stuff, some people
intentionally make you a little confused and then sort of wrap it up with a nice bow at the end. Like, there's so many different ways of like telling the story and delivering the information. It's very much like composition in painting, right? Like, so many authors compose their book and their scenes and specific parts of the story and the whole story. They compose it in very different ways. And it does make me have an appreciation for just how much, like, how many choices and different ways authors will write a story. It's not just like, oh, they wrote it and that's the only way that it could have been written, right? There's a million ways the same story could have been written. I mean, infinite, really. And it's always interesting how authors can clearly have like trained their storytelling skills, and I think it's super cool. I am always sort of blown away by that, because like sometimes I'll imagine myself like trying to write a story, and I'm like, man, I would just do a thing at the first try, and it would probably suck, and then I would not know how to like. I wouldn't even know what my options are to like change it or fix it or rewrite it. Like, yeah, it's yeah, I don't think writing's necessarily easier. Pavik says, I'm also, hi Pavik, hope you're doing well. Thanks for the lurk, and by the way. Pavik says, I'm trying to choose what would be the most useful to practice right now. It should have just been drawing instead. Yeah, I mean, you could always just draw something that you want to draw. That's just for fun. And then as you come across like friction and like, oh, this is hard, just take a mental note of like, this is the thing that I'm going to work on. Right? That's like I know Cynics is a big advocate of that. I'm a big advocate of it. A lot of people are. A lot of artists. I mean, I would say probably most artists would agree with me here. But like, you know, paint the thing you want. And if at some point, let's say I'm painting crystals and like, I don't know what crystals look like, then just pause, stop, and go and Google images of crystals and look on Wikipedia to see descriptions and read about them and learn about it and then understand them and then come back and apply that new stuff to your painting, right? Like, treat it as a study. Go and reference. And I mean, I don't think reference is always studying, but anyway, go and reference and apply those references. And if you have to, you know, pause your painting and pull aside another piece of paper and or open up another canvas and do a few actual studies, then do it. But like, have it in service of the thing you actually want to paint, you know? And you can find out what you want to paint, well, by just painting something, and then as you run into like issues, you say, oh, that's the thing, and then you sort of, I don't know, it feels like a good way to sort of figure it out on the fly. Also, hi Stephanie Doak, how's it going? Second YouTube chatter of the day. Now, I appreciate the people who are, I would say you're a regular. The regulars on YouTube. I very much appreciate you guys. I'm painting some crystals. Speaking of crystals, I should probably add some speculars. Some of those super duper shiny lines. So here's some crystals, or a crystal. But yeah, see these super shiny parts, certain surfaces, and they have these geometric shapes. I want to be careful not to get rid of all of those. So actually, some of my initial brushwork kind of worked for this, right? We have these like geometric shapes in here. Stephanie says, I'm tired. I slept basically the full day. I woke up 20 minutes ago, but I was out with friends all night. Oh, nice. Sounds like a good time. Although, sorry to hear your sleep schedule is ruined. Druffsilla says, I've been working on this. And then they linked something, and then they said, but also debating if I should make it more like this. Wait, hold on, which one came first? Like, I opened both, but I don't know which one came first. Oh, you mean like changing? Oh, this is gorgeous, by the way. Can I share this on screen? I ask, and then I immediately share it. Oh no, it's not shared. This is gorgeous. But yeah, I could see what you were saying with the lighting. Like if you wanted to change the lighting to be more, or this is this is a composition change too. But I like the lighting direction here. No, I guess it's the same lighting. It's the same light. You just tone down the shadows. So this is more graphical, but this is the same lighting. I like it. This is really fun. Super cool design. Havoc says, YouTube disappointed me recently. Only 76 views for a month on your animated video. I mean, that's not bad, right? Like, if you don't have a huge YouTube channel, I don't know how, I mean, maybe if it's, you know, if you normally get like 1,000 or something, that's not good. But if you're like a nobody on YouTube like me, 76 views would be great for a video. I don't know. It's hard. That stuff, yeah, I'm not good at that stuff. I try not to worry about it. I always try to put those into context. Like, imagine a room full of 76 people. I'd be pretty thrilled if all 76 people in a single place looked at my art. That would be wild, actually. I can't imagine. Like, that's a lot of people. Or like so like in my very best posts ever on Twitter, you know, have gotten probably, I don't know, in the multiple thousands, like say 30,000, maybe even 100,000 at some point, for like a really, you know, something that blew up. But like that's like more than my entire town. I can't even imagine like if my entire town, every single person had seen something that I made. Like that is so unbelievable. Like it's easy to compare yourself to people with like millions of followers and gets ridiculous numbers, you know. You see like your favorite YouTuber get 1 million views in a matter of days. Like can you imagine a town of 30,000 people all viewing a video or something? Like that's, I don't know, that's just a lot. So I'm always grateful. I try to be grateful. Also, hi Coden on YouTube. How's it going? We've got some YouTube chatters today. Stephanie Doak says, yeah, my sleep schedule is messed up and I have college Thursday, then hospital Friday. Whatever you're doing at the hospital, hope it goes all right. Best of luck. And also best of luck with college, that too. It's just different compared after TikTok stats for the most stupid stuff you post. Oh, you mean like you post something dumb and it gets 1 million views? Yeah. I think TikTok is also, don't they have they front load views onto new viewers? So like if you're a new user in TikTok, your first few posts are basically guaranteed to get reach. Isn't that a thing? Maybe, I think it used to be a thing. I don't know if it's a thing anymore. And so it always felt like this is the best platform. Look at look at the views I'm getting. And it was like not, I mean, it was real, but it's not sustainable. And maybe it's amazing. I don't know. I've never really used TikTok. I have no desire to use it. I'd be pretty nervous. Yeah, with getting a bunch of views. Yeah. I mean, I think on the internet, I don't think of numbers as not all numbers are the same, right? If somebody clicks on a post and immediately clicks off, that's going to count as a view. If someone clicks on and watches for 2 hours, that counts as 1 view. Both those people are the same in a number. And as somebody who uses the internet and scrolls past lots of things and sees lots of stuff, I have added tons of views to things that I have never really actively engaged with. And so I think you gotta be careful, I think, when doing, like, thinking about engagement stats and treating everything as, I don't know, like on Twitch is nice, and YouTube, I guess, is nice in the sense that, like, it'll tell me if people are, like, I don't look at the numbers, but I can look at them after the fact, but it'll tell me, like, how many people are currently watching. That's the only number I would care about, is like, oh, there's actually people here today, you know? Whether you're chatting, whether you're lurking, doesn't matter to me. I mean, you know, chatting's always nice, but so is lurking, right? It's the number of people actually here. Having, like, you know, the number after I end stream, it'll tell me how many views I had. I don't care if I had 1,000 views. If that's people cycling through, clicking on a stream, and then immediately leaving, like, what does it matter? You know, maybe it's a useful stat if I want to, you know, try to up viewer retention or something. But, like, it's just not, it's not the stat I care about. And it's easy to read into things like that and be like, oh, this stream got 400 views and this one got 500. And then I look at the actual, like, I don't know. I try not to look at the stats too much. It doesn't, not important to me. Stephanie says, I need to get through this week and then get a new bike Saturday. Oh, fun. You have an 85K on TikTok. I post art. Oh, you have 85K views on TikTok. You post art. That's cool. That's a lot of views. That sounds like a lot. Me being silly and riding your bike. Hey, I mean, that's, I don't know what that means in terms of, like, you know, yay views, I guess, but, like, you know, does that turn into money? Probably not. I don't know. I don't really know what is that good. Sounds like a lot of people. Sounds like a ton of people. But again, I don't really know what that means in terms of, like, how they engage, you know? Are they all commenting? And does it turn into, like, follows that then turn into, like, if you posted something, say, I don't know, artwork or something else, would all those people also see that? Like, I always wonder. I think there's a lot of, like, hype around social media for artists, or just social media in general, that I think is kind of unfounded. Like, I get it if it's your business and you need, you know, like, you have to market towards them or something. But for most people, I feel like it's just like a validation thing, and it kind of doesn't matter. Like, if I make an Instagram post and it does really, really well, and then I make another post and it doesn't, you know, just crickets, you don't hear anything, nothing changes. Like, it's the same, you know? Like, nothing happens either way. I don't, like, suddenly make a bunch of money. Literally nothing. There's no difference between a successful post and a non-successful post, other than me knowing that maybe more people saw it. But, like, I don't know, some of my most successful posts are from things I didn't even post, right? Like, somebody mentioning my name, and then somebody reaching out and contacting me saying, hey, I heard about you through so-and-so. And I'm like, oh, awesome. Like, that's my most successful engagements online, have been things I didn't even do. And so I don't put too much stock in the numbers. It's more about, like, you know, if something comes from it, that's cool, and that's valuable, but not the numbers themselves. I don't know. I mean, I guess I am grateful that, like, a lot of people wanted to look at something, but also if not a lot of people want to look at something that I post, I don't stress about it. But generally speaking, you know, if there's like 10, even 10 people can be a lot if they're genuinely engaging. You're back after class. You made a kitty for Spike. It's not a kitty, although it does kind of look like a dragon. Oh, the kitty forest. Oh, I did. Yeah, I made the kitty forest Spike. Yes. So initially it looked like a cat. It had some ears. And we've turned it in, and then it looked like a dragon. Like a sleeping dragon. And then I just made it a cave. Just a cave. Crystal cave. Stephanie Doak says, I sell masks, so most comment, but then if I go live on it, people lurk, and I post about animals that need adopted since I work in an animal shelter. Oh, that's cool! Stephanie, I don't know if you... Since you're on YouTube, you may not know of Casey Snow. She's somebody that I raid sometimes, and she raids me sometimes, and we're like mutual streamers here on Twitch. And she does a lot of what do you call it? Like endangered species advocacy and stuff like that. And she doesn't work in an animal shelter or anything, but she does a lot of like. She knows a lot about animals, and anything around like conservation and just biology and animals, just everything animals. She knows a lot about animals, and she's really great. Yeah, conservationist stuff. Yeah, exactly. I feel like, based on what you just said, I feel like you'd really like her streams. I don't think she streams on YouTube, although she did say she was thinking about doing dual streaming. Because she was talking about using the plugin that I use to stream to both places at once. So I don't think she's done that yet. Maybe she's lurking and she'll be like, oh, she'll hear me talking about her. And then she can answer. But I doubt she's here. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what I want to do here. Your favorite artwork I drew, says Stephanie, was your Valentine dragon sitting on a cliff with its tail dangling off a cliff. Oh, that sounds fun. I would live there. Yeah, I don't know how much, like, food you'd have. Crystals, I guess. You can munch on those or something. Maybe they give you energy. Magic crystals. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with this thing. Do I want to just get rid of that and make a path? I think I do. I'm making some shapes here. No, that's a benefit to lock in. What do you mean? Lock in? Like, if you lived here, there's no food? I mean, what are you gonna do, though? Like, wait. No, wait, somebody else said they'd live here. No, yeah, you said you'd live here. Yeah, I don't know. Good luck. What do you mean lock in? How? Like, go hunting? Draw? Oh, I see. I mean, you can only do it. You gotta support yourself. You have to feed yourself. Please take care of yourself. Don't just paint and draw. Please hydrate. Speaking of which, I've had this tea next to me the whole stream and I haven't drinking any of it. Stephanie said, I haven't posted it yet. I don't know if I do because it kind of sucks. But you just said it was your favorite. It shouldn't matter. I mean, objectively speaking, does it matter? I don't think it matters. I think learning to say, I like this piece and I'm going to post it because I like it, that's the most important thing. Because I think you'll find, and I don't want to sound just like a motivational speaker here, but I think you'll find that if that your favorite art, there will also be people out there, maybe it's not everybody, but they will also like it. Now, I also don't think typically your most favorites actually are not other people's most favorites, but the people who do like those art or that art of yours, I think they oftentimes really like it. Like, how do I work? I always think of it as like pop music, right? Like there's the pop music that a lot of people like, and it's good, it's catchy, you like it, right? People like it for a reason. But then you have like the underground stuff, the stuff that's a little bit more maybe personal, a little bit more nuanced, and it's maybe not as easy to digest, but the audiences who find it end up being like super fans, right? Because like it really resonates with them. It's not going to resonate with everybody, so it's a smaller audience, but it's sort of like it feels more, I don't know, it meaningful in a way to them. It's not just like vague things. But again, both can be nice. I always think of like my favorite work. Oftentimes they don't do as well, but I think that's because it's more like it means more to me, and so, but there also might be people who view it and it will, be more impactful to them too. So I feel like it's kind of that's how I like to think of art that I like is so it's I would always, if I like art, I try to post it. Stephanie says you gotta go. Sorry, no worries. Take care. Yeah, I think in general though, if I like art, I think that is a good enough reason to post it. Especially if you keep doing that art, because like I think there is an exception to what I just said, and that is if it's so different than what I normally post. Sometimes I just don't need to post it. I can just like it. I think the need to post everything is a little overrated. But I also kind of get it. It's fun to post stuff. And it's definitely validating, I guess, when you post things that sort of succeed in sort of metrics terms. Anyway, I'm kind of noodling here, but I'm liking it. I'm having some fun with some brushworky stuff, sort of adding in little flares here and there. Trying to add like little highlights and brush strokes to like reflect down some of these crystals into the water. A lot of environments, this is not something that's really relating to the crystals, but a lot of environments, I think a cool thing that I like about them is a lot of times there's like these, what I call like twofer ones. So you do a thing. So for example, reflections, right? I want to add reflections. A lot of times you can use the reflections to your advantage in the scene. So for example, I could reflect something this way and create like a little vignette that kind of directs the eye inward, because I'm lowering the contrast like in this corner by using that reflection to destroy the contrast, so that now we're focused more on the inside of the painting, right? Or same thing with like if you're going to add a cloud, maybe you do it along the edge to like frame the painting, and so you get sort of, you both get something more realistic, but also it affects your painting in a positive way, right? Or you have a reflection, and so now you can simplify a shape or something. Like, I feel like a lot of stuff with art, you have the art thing, the concept, and then you have the physical thing in the painting. Like, the reflection is also a leading line for composition. Or you have, perspective lines lead eye. You can have... Or like the opposite, right? Like a bright sun in your painting could be something to simplify the sky. Maybe you wash it out and it's not, you don't have to have all those details, and you can create a nice empty space to sort of the rest of the, to like a nice gradient or something. Like a lot of times the thing that is both realistic and sort of accurate, you can apply in a way that also makes the painting more appealing. Anyway, I think it's cool. It's something that I enjoy thinking about. It's also, and one of the reasons I like it in environments is like, because clouds, you get clouds, trees, rocks, you get a lot of flexibility in how you apply those things. It's a bit of an exercise in self-acceptance. Oh, totally. Yeah, no, I think posting stuff that you like and trying to not worry about if other people like it is definitely an exercise in self-acceptance. And it's a tough one. I think that is, of all the things we've talked about today that have, so sort of tangentially relate to like self-confidence and like things that can, kind of get in your own head, I feel like that's maybe one of the most difficult. Because there are some very real effects, right? Like if like people seeing your work, they are real people, and less people seeing your work is less people. Like it's not, and so but it doesn't always mean that if less people see it or less people like it, that less people actually like think it's good. Sometimes it's just you don't get a lot of traction, but it doesn't mean people didn't like it, and that's a tricky thing. Also, because the words are the same, like a like doesn't mean that they literally liked it. They could have just double tapped. People are real. Sorry, I've been lurking for a while and just turned back in. Yeah, we're talking about social media and like numbers and reading into stats and getting in your own head about like, do you post the thing that you really like, even if it's not maybe the thing that you think other people will like? And I think there's nuance there. I don't think you always have to, but also it is a good exercise to like try to post the things that you personally like, regardless of whether others will. And over time, you'll build the audience of people who do also like the things that you post, which happen to be the things that you like. I never expect anything, so it's always positive. That's that's not a bad, I think that's a good attitude to have. Yeah, I think social media is tricky. It's kind of a minefield. Nilara, hello! I never say I don't like my art, and when I get a compliment, I'd say that they've good taste, complimenting both them and myself. Oh, that's nice. That's a cool way to do it. See, I do say that I don't like my art sometimes, but not in I only say it in a very like when I'm making it. I don't typically say it after I post it. It's more of like, oh, I'm not liking this in the moment because I'm still working on it and I've got it, I want to change it, so it's like, oh, this isn't looking great. But I also don't typically tie like my self-worth to my art or my worth as an artist. I rambled earlier today about sort of the paradox of like learning. Like when you do something for the first time, you're probably not going to be very good at it, even though you learn the most in those first times. So basically, the things that make you learn the most oftentimes aren't that great, right? And so, where was I going with this? And so sometimes like knowing that something is bad doesn't mean that like you have to feel bad about it. You can actually feel quite good about it, right? Like because you can say this sucks, but also I learned a lot, or like it doesn't have to be I think the idea that everything needs to look perfect is just not even a good goal. Like, that's not, like, what does that mean? That you just made the same thing over and over until you perfected it? Like, that doesn't, I don't know. Like, it's a nice thing to remind yourself that, like, sometimes the things that you're learning the most in are the ones that aren't, oh yeah, you struggled a bit and then you learned and then you were like, that's good enough for today. And I don't know. So I think you got to remind yourself that, um, that making sort of ugly art, or whatever you want to call it, maybe that's a bit harsh, but like making art that you're not perfectly pleased with is part of it. Like that's okay, and it's not a bad thing at all. And I think having that sort of acceptance is a good step to, like, not hate yourself or not hate your art, I should say. Like, because I like my art, even if a lot of it I think is not very well done. Like, maybe I didn't do a very good job on it. I could have done better, but I still like it. I like that I did it. I had fun on it. I learned stuff. I think it was time well spent. Even if I don't like, maybe I would have done it differently the second time around, right? Like, you can have assumption, but without much emotion. Yeah, I think. Like, knowing that if algorithm works, it would be appreciated. True. Vegas says, I'm just too lazy to post on anything besides the occasional Discord channel. Yeah, that's fair. I think, honestly, Vegas, I think that's not a bad way to do it. Because as long as you keep making stuff, like, you'll have a backlog of work. And if at any point in the future, you're like, I want to start social media, like, you will have days and days of posts that you could just, like, use like a scheduler or something, take an afternoon and just make 50 posts for the next year, and, like, one a week, and, like, never have to worry about it. And, like, that's totally valid. I don't think you need to make, I think publishing work right when you make it is a bad way to do it. Because then you get to a point where you're like, I need to publish something. Crap. That means I have to make work on command that is also going to be good. And that's not a good way to do it, because, like, that's really hard. And what if you don't make good art on command? Then you're like, what, feel obligated to post it? Or, like, miss a post? Both those suck. And so that's a tough one to be in. It's a tough spot to be in when you're basically churning out new work to feed the social media algorithm. I think that's not a good way to do it. So I actually think your way of just, like, not posting for a while, unless you feel like it, and just building up that catalog of work so that you can actually, curate it and pick through it at a later date if you want, or not at all. It doesn't matter. I think that's a good way of doing it. Pavik says, yeah, when your level raises, you see too many mistakes in your current work. Yeah, I mean, I think it's always funny to look back at your work and just see, like, kind of cringe a little bit of, like, oh my gosh, what was I doing? But also, sometimes I'll look back at my work and I'll be really happy because I'll be like, wow, I learned so much. Like, okay, this work is not good. Also, sometimes, surprisingly, some of my work does hold up. Actually, I think those are actually the toughest ones for me, because then I'm like, have I really improved? But again, I have, because I'm more versatile, and that's a form of improvement, right? It's funny because we judge other people that way, right? Like, we'll judge actors based on how versatile they are. Like, oh, this actor isn't good because he can only play one role. And yet, they played the role really, really well. And so why would we judge them for that? But then again, we can also recognize that being versatile is a skill in and of itself. And I think, sometimes you see work that you made 10 years ago and you're like, wow, I'm making the same quality. But you're like, but I'm also making a lot of different work, and it's also the same quality. And I wasn't as versatile then. So yeah, anyway, this is a very motivational talk that we're having. I'm liking the comments though. Frenchest Fry, how's it going? I like your name, by the way. It's okay to not like your art because it means you've gotten better than when you started and you want to be better. Yeah, I agree. I think it's fine not to like it, as long as you're not tying your self-worth to it, right? As long as you're not getting depressed because you don't like your work. I think it's fine to not love your work, right? And this is a tough one when, as a somebody who's talking to an audience and there's people here, is when I vocalize that while I'm live, it's really hard because some people will take it as like me being down on myself and like I'm being a jerk. My self-talk is negative, and I don't view it that way personally. But at the same time, I do want to be careful, and it's a tricky situation to navigate, I find, because if I say something's not working, there's kind of an implied yet in parentheses, right? It's not working yet. This thing sucks for now, Eventually I'll fix, like I'm working at it. It's still a progress. Or even if it's not in progress, right? It's like, okay, it sucks because I've gotten better and I'm acknowledging that. And so I kind of have to I need to speak in full sentences, and I can't just say, oh, this sucks. Otherwise it's going to make it sound like I'm being really, really negative. And also, like, then other people, like we've talked about before, somebody might then compare their art to mine. And if I'm saying my art sucks and you're a beginner, then yours must really, really suck. And like, no, that's not healthy. So I actually am trying to not say that my art sucks. I try hard not to say that because it's just, I think it puts people in a very difficult position when they hear other people say it sucks. So I try not to say it. I'm trying to get better, but sometimes I still say stuff like that, and just know that it never means that I truly think that I'm not getting down on myself for that. So anyway, the reflections are really nice. Thanks, Drefzilla. I appreciate it. Pavik says, I think it's always better to give life opportunities to give you opportunities. What? I think it's always better to give life opportunities to give you. Oh, you mean with like just putting it out there? Are you talking about in response to Vegas? No, I think I think so. I think in the context of like, if so, first I want to clarify. Vegas, I don't think wants to like be a pro, right? He's not striving to make art a career or money or anything. But no, there is a point where like sometimes you just want to throw things out into the world, because then you might have that random person see your work and want to hire you or something. Like sometimes it is just a matter of like, throw work out there and make those waves and get known and get eyeballs on your work. But I don't think that's Vegas's situation at all, because he has a career and doing other things that's not art related. But yeah, Pavik says, like, getting random compliments or even commission work or suggestions, you never know who may appreciate your work. True. That's true. Even just appreciating it, though, that's true. You never know when someone will benefit, or you'll make their day, for having seen something that they enjoyed reading. I mean, I do agree with that. You never know. But also, I don't think you need to. I mean, especially if you're not personally proud of it. Like, I don't think you need to put something out there that you're not happy with. I think the pressure, putting work out and just making work for work's sake can feel, I don't know. I think more people need to learn how not to post things than to post things. That's my hottest take of the day. If society has a problem, it's they post too much. I think someone in Vegas's position who decides not to post things is probably in a pretty good spot. That's my hunch. Because I only feel pressure to post, not to not post, right? Like, I don't think most people's issue is that. Also, what am I doing here? I guess I should add a little bit of highlights. We are kind of in the foreground. I keep focusing on the background. I mean, I don't really want us to look in the foreground though, but I still think some highlights would be good. But once I do these, then I'm gonna end stream. I'm just kind of. Vegas says, as far as compliments go, I guess would be nice, but I usually get enough of that from posting on the few Discord channels I'm active in. So yeah, for a commission, I don't think I would ever honestly do a commission. Yeah, I didn't realize Pavik was mostly talking about like compliments and feedback, but yeah, no, that's a good that's a good way to do it. I feel like you're in a pretty healthy spot, Vegas, in terms of the way that I see you post things. You're active in the communities you're active in. You share when you're in those communities, right? It's not like you're afraid to share work you're working on because of like a lack of confidence and stuff. Like you share stuff. You may not put it everywhere, and you may not be, you know, posting to all the social medias, but like you're sharing it with real people. I mean, in some ways, I think that's my advice. Almost is like you can throw your work up anywhere and then share it with the people who want to see it you know, in the actual communities you're in, right? Rather than just like relying on Instagram to serve up your art on a platter to tons of people, just like throw it on Instagram and maybe no one will see it. That's fine. But then you can drop a link to your Instagram in a Discord, or when someone asks to see your work, you can have a link to it, right? Or in Vegas's case, he has it in Discord, and so he can grab a link to a Discord and he can direct link the image and he can share his work that way. I don't think you need a social media account or any sort of following to still engage in communities and share your work. And so I feel like Vegas does like you arguably share your work and get more engagement and feedback than probably a lot of people who just post everything they do to social media. Like there's probably a lot of people out there who don't get the fraction of the actual like engagement that you do because they're basically just putting everything on Instagram and getting crickets. Like that, you know, like you're like you take, I feel like Vegas, you take a very proactive approach in that you share it with very real people who will actually see it mostly, except when I'm just not looking in Discord because I sometimes ignore the art channel for some reason. I try to be a good person and actually view the art my own Discord, but sometimes I miss posts, admittedly. Um, but no, I think posting it in places people actually engage with though is a super good way to do it. Kind of just making these little crystals. They don't really look very crystalline right now. I think I need to take a break on this, and then I'll come back to it maybe at another time. I actually wouldn't mind doing another session on this. Trying to add some polish, maybe redesign stuff if I need. But I think overall, I'm quite pleased with it. Little crystal. Also, we kind of deleted our characters. Maybe before I end stream, I'll do that. I'll add some little characters in here. And they can be in red. Nope, not red. What about green? That's teal. That's too bright. That's not bad. Dark green pants. Maybe they're like rogues, not rogues, like rangers with like the green. Like a green cloak and stuff. Little dudes. Just chilling. This one could be a little taller. Trying to get some gesture down here. Some people. Also, I don't like that they... Okay, I don't want them to be wearing hoods. Let's give a little bit of brown. Something like that. Almost like they're made of green crystals themselves. Oh, that's a fun idea. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking that they maybe just have yeah, maybe they're just wearing like green. Yeah, maybe they do. Yeah, maybe they do have crystals. The green crystal soldiers are going in to steal all the purple crystals. The crystal folk. Yeah. It's a some fun lore. Did the new lore just drop? We've got some... Also, they don't have arms. There. Gave him little arms here. I like it. Yeah, maybe they're wearing like a green helmet. The Green Knight. Maybe this one's wearing a helmet. A little brighter. I'm basically painting with pixels at this point. I mean, I'm always painting with pixels, but this is very we're getting low resolution. But I want it to be just enough that we can start to we can kind of see it, right? It's going to create a little bit of contrast in here. Maybe this one has a mohawk. Ooh, I like that, actually. I like the mohawk. I think that looks good. Maybe they all have the mohawk. Maybe they're aliens. And it's not actually a mohawk, it's just their head. Anyway, there's that. We get some little shadows in here. Some very, very soft shadows. We could even do some, like, pink lighting. Shimmering on the ground. Get a little bit of a focal point around them. But yeah, I appreciate it, Lemon Cat. Thanks for the kind words. But yeah, I think this is a good spot to stop. We've added our little characters, our little green point of contrast. Helps add some scale. And yeah, overall I think it works. Maybe some little water lines or something down there. I'm not really sure. This wasn't supposed to be water, but whatever. And for those who don't know, sometimes the question comes up like, how do you come up with ideas and all that kind of stuff? Today, I was using a reference from... I'll share it in just a second. From MapCrunch. So this is my reference that I used. It was a place with this it had like some water and then some trees. And yeah, that's basically what I was painting from. And then I don't normally use references like this. Normally I do like the composition sort of without reference, and then I go and gather references later. But this time I started with like a basic land formation and like, oh, what if this, this little bunchy tree grove here, something. Obviously it's not at all similar, but it's kind of similar. What if there's like crystals, and then these little spots down here, like, oh, we could have little bits of crystal growing, you know, so there's these little spots down here. We've got the little pathway here going down, right? Little pathway here going, anyway, it's kind of similar. Not really, but inspired by. So I had fun. I like doing this. Also, the colors are obviously completely different, but I think that's part of the fun. So there's the reference. And yeah. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I very much appreciate it. If for everybody who followed and hung out on YouTube, thanks for being here. Also, if you want a better chat experience, Twitch is the place to be, because it's the place that I engage with the most. And but yeah, thanks for being here, all the lurkers. Yeah, anyone who is here, thank you for being here. Hope you have a good rest of your week, and see you on Thursday. I think that's it. I have social medias. I put art on Instagram. I have a Patreon if anybody wants to support me additionally. What else do I do? Have a Discord. You can join Discord. We kind of do stuff there, not really, kind of sometimes. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's it. I'm JStiller30 everywhere, and see you Thursday. Take care.